Say Shabbat Shalom. Welcome everyone to this Shabbat class. On this day, we're grateful to be yet here in the land of the living. Still got the breath of life in us. A day that He's given us. We certainly appreciate Him. We welcome all of the kings and queens. We salute you. All of the Hebrews and Shebrews, the lions and lioness, all of our brothers and sisters in the Mashiach, all of the beloved, those that are called beloved. We say Shabbat Shalom. We welcome you on this day. We say Shabbat Shalom to the 12 tribes of Yasharal that are spread to the four corners of the earth according to prophecy and according to the words of the Holy Scripture. According to the Holy Scripture, Yasharal is spread to the 12 corners of the earth. And we're thankful for all of those who are the beloved that has come into the body of the Mashiach, that are laboring in love one to another, brothers and sisters of every nation. And so we welcome you as well. And we're thankful that He's given us the desire to gain in knowledge and understanding. And we certainly welcome that. We welcome that spirit that's in you to want to know more and to grow in knowledge and understanding, to grow in wisdom. We welcome that. In Proverbs 10 and verse 8, you'll see here, it says, the wise in heart will receive commandments. Those who are wise in heart will receive commandments. It is, if you seek after wisdom, I want to be wiser. I want to be knowledgeable. I want understanding. The book that He's given us, the Holy Scriptures, is full of life, full of mysteries, sacred things about the sacred Scriptures, wisdom, just a wealth and a reservoir of wisdom comes with the book, comes with the Holy Scriptures. And in order for us to understand the Scriptures, if you desire, and this is on everybody, you have to decide where you're at, but if you desire wisdom, if you desire a depth of knowledge and understanding, because some people will tell you, I don't need to know anymore. This is what I know, and I don't want to know anymore. Then you have some. My microphone's on. Here, yeah, just a little bit more. You have some who are searching and search daily the Scriptures. I'm thinking of the Apostle Shaul when he was teaching the Bereans, and he said the Bereans were more noble than the Thessalonians, because the Bereans, after Apostle Shaul taught, they searched the Scriptures to check Shaul, to verify that everything that he said was according to Scriptures. And the only thing that they had to search to check out Shaul was the Torah and the Tanakh. So Shaul never spoke against the Torah or the Tanakh. And for the brief or wind of understanding that we have today, where you have people who say that Shaul brought a new gospel, or I'm going to follow Shaul's teachings and not the Mashiach's teachings, and I'm not going to search the Torah to see if what Shaul taught was true, well, then you're not noble. You're not noble. You are you're just being catered to the lesser things of life, and not the deeper things. Because if you want to get into the deeper things, then you're going to get into Torah. And anyone who will study Torah, you have to study Torah. In fact, it's unfair, and you can be skewed in your understanding of Torah if you attempt to study Torah without ancient Eastern mindset or not understanding the ancient Eastern culture. An absent or a lack of understanding of ancient Eastern culture will only give you a surface understanding to Torah and not a deeper understanding. Why do you say that? Why do you say that? Because this book we call sacred scripture, was written to a culture and a people from the ancient Near East. And just like today, for example, if I can drop this real quick, just like today, if somebody was going to write about today and what's going on in our nation today, 1,000 years, 2,000 years from now, in order for you to understand the writings that we write today, you would have to have an understanding of the culture and the people who are doing the writing. And if you don't understand that, then you can be skewed. Another example is in the book of James. In the book of James, when they translated, when King James translated the Latin Vulgate into English in the 1600s or the 17th century, when he did that, and in the book of James, it says if you have somebody come into your assembly and he has on gay apparel. Now, when they translated that and they used the word gay apparel, if you take that word today in the culture that we're living in today, that has a total different meaning than what the Apostle James in his writing, when he talked about the gay apparel, because they were talking more of expensive apparel, somebody that has money and likes to flaunt that they have money. They tend to wear the, what do you call those Armani suits? You know, they $1,500, $2,000 suits, and they come in and you show them favor because you know, man, this dude got an Armani suit on. I know he's got some money. So you show favor to him. He comes in with that gay apparel. That's how they said it back then. But if we say that today he's coming in with gay apparel, you might think he's looking like Little Nas X or something like that. I mean, you know, so it just, you have a different understanding of the scriptures and the writers if you don't take it in the culture and the environment and the people who were doing the writing at that time. So that's why I say that, and that's why it's important for us to get an understanding. In my study and through this class today, I'll be looking in the chat room. If you have any questions in the chat room, we certainly like you to post your questions, and we'll try to answer them as well as those who are in the house. And it's good to see all of our brothers and our sisters in the house. It's certainly good to see each and every one of them. In my study, and I want to talk about some things today that's going to lead us. We're on this path. We're on this path to atonement, and then what comes after atonement. And what comes after atonement is Sukkot, or the Feast of Booths or Tabernacles. In scriptures, they call it booths. We say tabernacle. In the Hebrew tongue, it's called Sukkot. And so what Israel did when they came out of Egypt, they didn't come out in the lap of luxury. They did have possessions of the Egyptians. The Egyptians gave them silver and gold and jewelry and earrings and necklaces and bracelets and all kind of gold. They adorned them with all kind of goods. They spoiled the Egyptians. They spoiled them. But when they got out in the wilderness, they didn't have anywhere to live. I mean, they were just out they had to get out of Egypt in haste. They made haste and they got out. And so what they had to do is they built booths and what we might call tents. And so these booths were like a three-sided housing tent. They would live in that house. You could actually see your neighbor. You can go from one neighbor to the other right on your block or right in your little space that you had there. You had your neighbors there. They would put things up on their booths. They would decorate their booths. They would put lights up on their booths and things of that nature. So leading up to Sukkot, Feast of Booths, Feast of Tabernacles, and going back and trying to understand some things in the ancient Near Eastern culture, trying to understand some things in the mindset of the Hebrews, of the people that he gave this writing to. He gave them, he talked to them. They understood some things that our culture today just doesn't even want to take the time to reference and to understand. Our culture today, sadly, and you'll hear me say some things today, but our culture today and our mindset today is of a Anglican culture and mindset. Our mindset is of an Anglican culture and mindset. Why do you say that? Because the very book that we read comes from the Anglican king, King James. He translated the Latin Vulgate into English under the authority of the Roman Catholic Church. So our view, our perspective, and our view of the scriptures is through his lens and his mindset and the culture. That's how we understand it. And hopefully I can bring out some of that in the scriptures today as we search the scriptures. Hopefully we can bring out what I want to go to, just to kind of bring that home, in 1 Thessalonians 5 and 21. 1 Thessalonians 5:21, and it says, "Prove all things." Prove all things. And if we have this mindset that I'm going to prove all things, you would do your due diligence in your research and your study, because there's a wealth of it at our fingertips. Now, there's a book that my next book that I'm going to purchase, and the price of it is going up. And it costs more than what I want to spend for this book. But it is, the name of the book is King Yod-Heh-Ud-Heh. King Yod-Heh-Ud-Heh. And it's out there on Amazon. I kind of searched it. And it's over $160 for this book, but that's the next book that I plan to purchase, and I want to read that, King Yod-Heh-Ud-Heh, and kind of go back into the culture and the mindset of the people that he spoke to and the people that he chose and who he is the king of. He is the king of Yasharal. And if you understand, if you did some research on the king and the kings back in those days, especially the kings of Yasharal, and it wasn't just Yasharal that was in the kingdom. They had other people, other tributaries, other nations that came into the kingdom. And we see that with Ruth. When Ruth, Naomi said, "Go on back to your people, go on back to your folks." And Ruth said, nay, but your Elohim is going to be my Elohim, and your people are going to be my people. And so we see Ruth proselytized herself, being a Moabite. She proselytized herself into Yasharal, and also into what? When she became a proselyte of Yasharal, where do we see, what's the fame of youth then? Ruth. What's the fame of Ruth? She's in whose genealogy? Yeah, she's in the genealogy of the Messiah. A Moabite, is in the genealogy of the Messiah. So the kingdom, when it is the kingdom of Yasharal, all of those in the kingdom are not of the bloodline of Yasharal. You have, of course, you have those who are in the bloodline of Yasharal that are in the kingdom, but you have some who are not in the bloodline of Yasharal, and they are themselves in the kingdom as well. So it's not exclusively to Yasharal. He's opened it up to allow other nations, because we see it all in the Old Testament, in the sacred scriptures. We see how he puts it in the genealogy of the Messiah. Ruth was a Moabite. She was not of the bloodline of Jacob. Jacob had how many sons? He had 12 sons. His name was changed to Israel or Yasharal, and he had 12 sons, which were the 12 tribes. But even in the genealogy of the Messiah, you'll see a Moabite by the name of Ruth. And I believe, and I have to prove all things, but I believe that there was a Canaanite in the genealogy of the Mashiach. And it was a Canaanite by the name of Rahab. Rahab was and I know I have to prove all things, but a lot of times we like to say Rahab the harlot. But if it's Rahab the harlot, who was a contemporary of Joshua, she had to be pretty old by the time she got down to being King David's grandfather or great-grandfather. Because the time of the judges is like 400 years. So if she was a contemporary with Joshua, she probably had to die at the time Joshua did, I would think. And Joshua lived over 100 years now. So she would have to be very old. That's why I think it's more of a Canaanite, because the Canaanites, we call them Canaanites, but you know who they were in Scripture? If we were in Scripture time, and we would call Canaanites, and we would call them Canaanites, they're the ones that we call Africans today. When you call Africans, they're African and everything. Well, back in that day, they were called Canaanites. Today we call them Africans. But so I think you have, not only do you have a Moabite, but you have a Canaanite. And then we see Musha. Who did he marry in the wilderness? Who did Musha marry in the wilderness? No, that was when he was exiled out of Egypt. He ran for his life. He went to the land of the Midianites, and that's where he met Jethro, and then Jethro's daughter Zipporah. And Jethro was a Midianite. But in the wilderness, who did he marry? That's an elementary question. That was his first wives. But who did he marry in the wilderness? Oh, well, let's go. I thought we all knew this. Let's go to Scripture. Let's look at, I think is it Numbers 15? Is that where it's at? Oh, okay. I think it's Numbers 12. Let's see. Yeah. Numbers 12, verse 1. And Miriam and Aharon spake against Musha because of the what? A king? Because the Ethiopian woman whom he had married. For he had married an Ethiopian woman. This was in the wilderness. This was not when he ran off to the Midianites and he met Jethro and he had Zipporah. This is not Zipporah. This is an Ethiopian woman. And so she was an African or Ethiopian. The Scripture says it, Ethiopian. It was important enough to put it in Scripture.
No, it's showing it that there was mixing. Because a lot of Hebrews are saying that the mixed people aren't Hebrews.
Yeah, and there's doctrine out there that you have to be pure bloodline of Jacob. And when Jacob and Yasharal mixed with every nation, it says they came out of Egypt, what? Mixed multitude. So, and if you study the history of Yasharal, everywhere they went, they married. They married Canaanites. They married Africans. They married Egyptians, which were Africans. I mean, they married all these people everywhere they went. Even in the time, we even see it in the time in what we call New Testament. I'm just going to use some words that we're used to. I'm trying to move from certain things. But even in the time of the New Testament, what do we see there as far as mixing? You've got Timotheus, right? Whose mother and grandmother was what? Hebrews, but his father was a. So you see the mixing in even there in the New Testament. So Yasharal always mixed. Whenever they went into captivity, even when they went into captivity with the Babylonians, they mixed. When they went into captivity with the Greeks, they mixed. They went into captivity with the Romans, they mixed. Yes.
Jethro asked Moses to seek the Lord about whether he should distribute some of the power to the other people. So he called him his father-in-law at that time. So was Jethro and Korah. He still had to be married to. I would think it wasn't it later than this.
Oh no, Jethro. The advice that he got with Jethro is when Jethro came out of the land of Midian, he heard that they had came out of Egypt, and so he went to see his son-in-law and his grandsons. And when he seen what Moses was doing and how he was judging the people, he says, "You're gonna die. You're not gonna last that long. Yeah, that's too much on you."
Well, I thought that this happened later. I mean, he quit is because after Korah and what you call it, had spoke against the Lord, and you take too much on yourself. Maybe I'm getting the sequence, you know. But I thought that the reason why Korah did that, I mean, the reason why Jethro did that was he had seen what had happened to Korah and Abiram.
No. I think that comes later. This is the 12th chapter in Numbers, but you got what? Is it the 16th? You've got, Korah, the son of Ishar, the son of Kohath, the son of Levi, Dathan and Abiram, the sons of Eliab, and On, the son of Peleth, sons of Reuben. Okay, so this is Korah's rebellion, where he says in verse number 3 here, Numbers 16:3, and they gathered themselves together against Musha and against Aharon, and said unto them, too much upon you, seeing all the congregations holy, every one of them, and Yahuwah is among them. Wherefore then lift ye up yourselves above the congregation of Yahuwah. So this is Korah's rebellion in Numbers 16. He marries the Ethiopian woman in Numbers 12. Aharon and Miriam had a problem because apparently it says they came out of mixed multitude. You had Egyptians and Ethiopians and stuff amongst the people, and they got a problem. Musha, why are you marrying this Ethiopian woman? She ain't an Israelite. She ain't an Israelite. Why are you marrying her? And so we know what happened to Miriam. He put leprosy on her. She turned white as snow. And then told her, put her out the camp. And Musha went to the Most High and prayed and said, oh, please, please don't. And it got Aaron cut off. Aaron died in the wilderness. He died in the wilderness. He wasn't able to go over. Musha wasn't able to go over because he smote the rock instead of speaking to it. The Most High said, speak to the rock. He smote the rock and glorified himself. Most High Yah said, you ain't going there. You're supposed to glorify me and not, because a lot of times what we do, a lot of men, it's just our nature. We want to look big. we highly esteem ourselves. Look at me, look what I done. And instead of esteeming the Most High, and get you in trouble. So, in my study and learning, because you've heard me talk about for some time now, you've heard me talk about the translations of the King James. He translated from the Latin Vulgate. Where did they get it from? From the Greek Septuagint. The Greek Septuagint got it from the Holy Scriptures or the Hebrew Scriptures. That's where you get the Greek Septuagint. And it was miraculous that the Dead Sea Scrolls came out in 1948 or sometime around in the late 1940s. The Dead Sea Scrolls comes out, and the Dead Sea Scrolls, which was written before King James, and we have to be careful. You can't make King James King Jesus. Don't make, because you got some people, they're King James onlyism, where the only thing they read is the King James. They don't reference any other books. They think that salvation and the world started and the Messiah came in 1611, because King James talked about it and wrote about it and translated it. Don't make King James King Jesus. Don't do that. Don't do that. There was other writings that was written, even the Dead Sea Scrolls. There's things written in the Dead Sea Scrolls that you won't find in the King James. So do I put the King James or King Jimmy? Do I put him over the Dead Sea Scrolls? Do I put him over the Septuagint? I better preface this. Because I don't want to hurt. I don't want to destroy anybody's faith. I'm not here to knock anybody down. And there's certain things that we find very sacred, and some people have convictions. And so I want to be sensitive to that. Yes.
There's a group out there, I don't know if they're around here, but they call King David their God, the Messiah.
Yeah. Well, they're missing it, I mean, how do you say when King Daud says, Yah spoke unto my Adonai, sit thou on my right hand till I make all of your enemies your footstool. And that confounded people. Even when the Mashiach came, and he says, who is he talking to? and the people got, well, if we say one thing, we say another thing. So he had them in a conundrum, because King Daud was looking for the Messiah, the Mashiach, to come, because the Most High Yah made a covenant with King Daud on his throne. He made a covenant with them, and said that your throne is going to be established for how long? Forever. He said your throne is going to be established forever, and your son is going to sit on the throne. And so it's a conundrum. How could he be his son and at the same time be his Adonai and at the same time be the Most High Yah? How does that happen? How does that happen? So, and maybe in this teaching, some of y'all can see how, how important the Feast of Shavuot is. How important the Feast of Shavuot is. Sukkot. I'm learning. How important the Feast of Shavuot is, and how magnified it should be. This feast that we're getting ready to go into should be so magnified, because the prophet Zechariah said, in the day that our Messiah comes back, sets foot on this earth, and establishes his kingdom here on earth for 1,000 years of peace, when he does that, if you do not keep the Feast of Tabernacles, the plagues are going to come on you. That's how important it is. And you got folks that, quote unquote, I'm Christ-like, and know nothing about this feast. Know nothing about it, but they're Christ-like. Oh, okay. Well, if you're Christ-like and you say you're Christ-like, I'm like the Mashiach, then you would know tabernacles and what it means. And if you were Christ-like, let this mind be in you, which was also in the Mashiach. Well, then you would know the importance of this feast. How could you have his mind and forget his birthday? Oh, I got the mind of the Mashiach, but you forget his birthday. In fact, you play around with a pagan holiday. And you got his mind. Well, I got his mindset. I'm into paganism, but I got his mindset. Something's wrong. Something's wrong there. If you have his mindset, you know this. Exodus 23:13. Al Shemut. Exodus, Al Shemut. In Al Shemut, or Exodus, and Al Shemut, all that is saying is these be the names. That's what Al Shemut is. And that's how you pronounce this in Hebrews, Al Shemut. And it simply means, let's go to Exodus 1:1. What does Exodus 1:1 says? Now these are the names, or these be the names. And to say these be the names in Hebrew is Al Shemut. And that is these be the names. So in chapter 23 and verse number 13, for everybody who says they have the mind of the Mashiach, let's see. Because this is his mind. This is his mind. And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect, and make no mention of the name of the Shem of other Els, or Gods. Neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. But you go throughout the year talking about other gods. And even honoring their celebrations. Astarte. I shouldn't even say the name, but I'm just using it out of teaching, just out of teaching, because it shouldn't even come out of my mouth, but just out of teaching. Astarte, that they call Easter, and people preach in the pulpit, but don't mention this. And this is his mindset. This is mindset. So, and I really do believe in this hour that we're living that he is waking up people. Now, some folks are still asleep. And, you know, the alarm clock is going off. We just had the Feast of Trumpets, which should have woke people up. And he's waking people up to prepare them. Prepare them for what? Even in the preparation leading up to Shakut, there's an cleansing, an washing, an atonement that is being done to atone his people and to cleanse his people and to prepare them for what? His coming, Sukkot, to prepare them for his coming. I wonder why the Roman Catholic Church don't want you to know about that. I wonder why. There's got to be some power in that. There's got to be some deliverance in that. There's got to be some help in that. The reason why the Roman Catholic Church don't want you to know about that. And everybody that follows the Roman Catholic Church, they've done away with all of this. Everybody that follows the Roman Catholic Church still keeps and I'm trying to say how Constantine said it in his edict. He calls it the veneral. Is that how you pronounce it? The veneral first day of the sun. I think that's how the veneral first day of the sun. And that is going to be the day of rest for all of the Roman Empire. And everybody in the Roman Empire. If we catch you resting on the seventh day and not resting on the first day, you'll meet the sword. You're going to meet the sword. So he abolished seventh day rest. And every CHURCH that still looks to the venerable first day sun as the day of worship is under Constantine's Roman Empire. I don't know how else friendly to say it. It's time to get off milk. Get because we're gonna get some today if I can get it all out. Hebrews 5:12, for the time ye ought to be teachers, ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of Elohim. The oracles of Elohim was when he spoke from the Shamaim unto man. And he was very selective who he spoke to. And remind me, why was he so selective on who he spoke to? Keep that question. Why was he so selective on who he spoke to? His oracles came down from the Shamaim. That rumbling is they're working out there on the street. That rumbling. They've got that steamroller that steamrolled a lot of folks already, flattened a lot of folks already. That old Roman Catholic Church has steamrolled a lot of folks. That old devil. That's all he is, a devil. Yeah, some folks are not gonna like me after a while, but I can't keep giving you milk. We got to get off of milk. It's time to get a little deeper, unpack some things, get a better understanding of the scriptures. Oracles, and are become such as have need of milk and not strong meat. You got some folks that just give me some milk. I don't want no strong meat. I don't want nothing. You're going to choke. I can't consume. I can't eat all that. Can we stop and sing a song? Oh, happy day. Oh, happy day. They want some milk. It ain't going to be an oh, happy day for some folk. Because they said the day of Yah is a dreadful day. They said when people see him coming, they see his face, it says all the tribes of the earth are going to what? Mourn. That's the day of the Yah that we're talking about. That they sing, oh, happy day. Okay. All right. Now, for us who are right, we're going to rejoice to see him. I am. I want him to show up. I want him to show up so bad because he's going to set a lot of folks straight. But I have to be right. I have to be right. And that's why we're going through this preparation and trying to prepare ourselves so that we can be right. So y'all ask your questions out there in the chat room. We'll try to answer them. Okay, and have need of milk. For everyone that useth milk is what? Unskillful in the word of righteousness, for he is what? A babe. You just a babe. And you got some folks still in kindergarten. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. Still a babe. Still a babe. Can't handle no strong meat. Don't talk about that. You know, when the strong meat comes, folks kind of get upset. Stop talking about that. He only sanctified one day of the week. That's scripture. And it's been like that from the beginning. And the only ones who try to dodge it and change it was the Roman Catholic Church. Let's be real about it. And all these holy rollers still step into the tune of the venerable, I might not even be pronouncing it right, Day of the Sun. You know why I say that? Because you vote with your feet. You vote, where, somebody find that scripture, it's in Proverbs somewhere, because it talks about you teach with your finger, you vote with or you walk with your feet or something like that. It's in Proverbs. Somebody can find that for me. For he is a babe, but strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age. Don't tell me you're of full age and you don't step up in his house on the Shabbat. I'm of full age. No, you ain't. Because if you was of full age, you'd be here on the Shabbat. Uh-oh. Is that it? Okay, let's look at Proverbs 4:26. Proverbs 4:26. There was another one.
Oh, that's not what mine say.
What does yours say?
Give careful thought to the path of your feet and be steadfast in all your ways. I don't know what version it's using though. That's the blue letter.
Okay. There's a scripture in Proverbs, and it talks about no, it's in Proverbs, and it talks. It almost like he teaches with his finger, or he points with his finger, or he teaches with his finger. It's right in that same verse there in Proverbs. So I'm gonna go back to Hebrews, because I want to get to some stuff today before I lose everybody's attention. How long? Huh? Oh, Proverbs 6:13. Okay. Proverbs 6:13. That's it. He winketh with his eyes. He speaketh with his feet. So yeah, you don't come up here in his house on the Shabbat, but you show up here on the first day of the week, the venerable day of the sun, because you speak with your feet. Your mouth might be saying one thing, but you're speaking with your feet. There's another one. Let me throw this at you. Catch this one. Proverbs 23, verse number 7. For as he thinketh in his heart, so is he. Eat and drink, saith he to thee, but what? His heart ain't with you. You might be saying one thing, but you speak with your feet. I'm with you, brother. I'm with you, brother. Where you at? Where you at? I'm with you. Where you at? Speak with your feet. I support you, Pastor. Speak with your feet. I'm so glad, and I know some, I ain't talking to you if it ain't you. Don't get, if it ain't you, I ain't talking to you. But I'm so glad I had Brother Ezekiel with me yesterday. The two of us did a funeral. Yeah, it was a good thing I had Ezekiel here. We was tag teaming. We was the technicians. I did the ushering. I was handing out tissue. I had to work with the family. Had to help with the order of the program. Was up there. Did the eulogy and the sermon and everything. And Ezekiel was working with me, and we had the music going, and working with the family, had the slideshow up there, and we did it all. But I'm with you, Pastor. I support you. I'm with you. You know I got your back. Oh, I don't know. And remind me, y'all supposed to remind me of something.
Why was he so selective in who he spoke to?
Okay, good. Don't let me forget that.
Okay.
And I want one day I want to talk. We're not going to do it today, but I want to talk about King Daud and his armor bearers. King Daud and his armor bearers, because we got a watered down, melt down version of an armor bearer. That's what we have. When you really look at King Daud and his armor bearers. So, huh? Those were the soldiers and the men that worked with him and went into battle with him. Those were his armor bearers. And just a drop on it. They because a lot of times we think they carried his armor. It's not. They did, but that's very on the surface of what they were. You know, they even they were such armor bearers to him that they surrounded him, but not just the physical surrounding of him, but any other nation or tribe, even within Israel or outside, you couldn't even talk about King Daud. His general, who was his general? Joab. Now Joab was a killer now. Solomon got him because King Daud told his son, don't let him go to his grave in peace. And why? Why did he tell Solomon, don't let Joab go to his grave in peace? Why did he tell him that? No. He killed his son Absalom.
He killed the king's son?
Mm-hmm. His general, who was one of his armor bearers, killed his son Absalom. And he told Solomon, don't you let him go down to his grave, an old man dying in peace. Mm-mm. He took his life. And Joab went into the temple, and he was holding on to the temple. Solomon said, get him out of there and kill him. Yeah, it's in the book. It's in the book. Daud, before he died, now he settled a lot of scores. Even when he ran out of Jerusalem, because Absalom stole the hearts of the people, and Absalom got up on his throne, and King Daud ran. And where he ran, the house of Saul, there were some people from the house of Saul that was cursing him, throwing rocks and cursing him. And one of his generals, which was Joab's brother, said, let me have his head. I'm going to take his head off. King Daud said, no, let him go. Who knows? Maybe the Most High Yah sent him to curse me. But at the end of his life, on his deathbed, he told Solomon, go get him and kill him. That was King Daud, who everybody wants to be like. Y'all know they ain't nothing but there's a whole bunch of killers in this book. Musha was a killer. They did. And Paul, yeah. Okay. I have to reread that. Yeah. Because I didn't know he gave him. I thought King Daud told him, don't let him go down to his grave in peace. But we can look at it anyway. So the oracles. He says the oracles are the direct words and the voice and everything coming down from the Shamaim and he gave them unto his people, Yasharal. He himself did not speak to other nations. Let me say that again. He himself, Yah, Most High Yah, did not speak to other nations. But yet, how did he speak to other nations, or how did they get the word or something from the Most High Yah? Anybody know? From Yasharal, but even if he didn't send Yasharal. Because he spoke to Yasharal. So, okay, let's get into that. Let's get into that. In Deuteronomy chapter 32, I'll start at verse 7. Start at verse 7. And doing some study and research on here, and some of you might have your blue letter Bible. If somebody has a blue letter Bible, if you could open that up on your device, it's blueletterbible.org. I think that's what it is, .org. You got it? Okay, because we're going to reference that, okay? So go to your blue letter Bible, Deuteronomy 32, and verse 7. We're going to look at verse 7, 8, and 9. Deuteronomy 32, 7, 8, and 9 is what we're going to look at. Now notice, in your blue letter Bible, you have the option of different versions, right? Pull up the ESV, or the English Standard Version. Pull that one up. And the reason why I say pull up the English Standard Version is because the English Standard Version is closer to the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint. English Standard Version? You guys don't have that?
You got to change it. See, when you're here, it says verse, topic, but then you got to, right underneath it says KJV, you got to go to ESV.
Right, but it says passage is not available.
Really?
Who is it? What is the Deuteronomy?
Deuteronomy 32. ESV, English Standard Version.
It says, remember the days of old, consider the generations of many generations, or consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you your elders, and they will tell you.
Okay, I've got it on mine, so I'm going to go back and forth between. I'll just pull it up here, and you'll see it up here on the screen. I'll just go back and forth, okay? So you guys might not be able to get it, but I've got it here. I've got it here, okay? And I like it because it gives us footnotes too. It reads, it's pretty close to what we're so used to, because we're so used to King James. We've made King James an idol, because we think that King James is the only book that we can read. And that's not true. But I was raised that way. Don't read none but the King James. That's how I was raised. And I'm thinking, man, I could be so much further in my understanding of him if I would have done this kind of research years ago. I'd be so much further. But anyway, this is the English Standard Version, and so we're going to go down to Deuteronomy 32 and verse number 7, 8, 9, and I'm going to read it, and then you guys got King James, right? And we'll go back and forth. I'll tell you what, we'll just go back and forth. I'll go back and forth from this version to the King James and show you some things in this version. Okay. Verse number 7, it says, remember the days of old, consider the years of many generations. Ask your father, and he will show you. Now let's face it, let's face it, brethren and sisters, kings and queens. Let's face it. Many of us cannot go to our Father and ask him about anything of the old ways of Hebrews.
Father, grandfather.
Many of us can't do that. We can't go and say, Dad, Granddaddy, can you teach me about the ancient Hebrews? They don't. They don't. A lot of that has been, it's been taken from. We don't have that. So even though it says, ask your father and he will show you, then it says your elders, and this is where you get shakim. Okay, let me go to, in the ancient Hebrew text, Deuteronomy 32:7, and it says thy elders, which is H2205, and I pull that down. It's called, he's an old bearded. It's an old bearded one. 20 and N, so it's pronounced shakim, old age. Actually, it means the old bearded one. Shakim. No, not, it's Z. Zakim. Zakim. So he says, ask your Zakins, and they will tell you. So, what is our Zakins and fathers are supposed to tell us? Well, he's getting ready to show you here. But how many of us are able to go to our Zakins, and where will we find them? When we say Zakim, where do we usually go to find elders? Zakim, where do we go to find elders? That's where we normally would go, right? Fathers in the house, elders or Zakins in the assembly. So he says, go to them. They're going to tell you, I have not had one Zakin tell me what I'm getting ready to read. Nah, one. Not one. And let me tell you now, I've heard a lot of sermons. I've heard a lot of preaching in my time. I'm over 50. And so I've heard a lot, and I've been around here almost all my life. Now, I ain't been in church. I ain't kidding y'all. I ain't been in church all my life. And you never heard me say that. I've been around church all my life, but I ain't been in church all my life. But I haven't had one Shakim or elder teach me what I'm getting ready to show you. Verse number 32. Okay, thank you. Got some help. That's all right. 32 verse 8. When the Most High. Now, most of my Zakins never referred to him as the Most High. Ain't nobody said, well, when's the last time you heard Most High in the assembly? In the CHURCH. When's the last time? How often did you hear the Most High? This is about the only time we see Most High. Psalms 91:1. He that dwelleth in the secret place of the Most High shall abide under the shadow of the Almighty. And that's when they would read it. That's the only time they would say it. But you would never hear the elders say anything about the Most High. Most High. They never did say anything about the Most High. Huh? The shadow of the Most High. Under his wings. Uh-huh. Let's not go there right now. Okay. Verse number 8. When the Most High, now this is what our elders should be teaching us. Because he told us, you ask them, go and ask them. So everybody that's got a pastor, and I'm not talking about Judge Pastor who resided over the trial of Mr. Conrad, who they accused him of murdering Michael Jackson, the judge over that trial was Judge Pastor. So I'm not talking about that pastor. Because pastor is an English surname. It's just an English surname. That's why when you read the King James, when you read King Jimmy, he doesn't always say pastors. There's sometimes he says pastors, but a lot of times he says shepherd, because that's what they were called. In the Hebrew text, they were called shepherds. When you get to the English dialogue, they call them pastors. So whenever King James translated the Latin Vulgate into English, somebody must have been a good family member or whatever, so he gave them pastors. I'm going to put your name in the book. What? Oh, you got the book. Okay. Is everybody with me? When the Most High divided, listen now, when he divided to the nation, I'm just going to read this in the King James, then we're going to go to the English Standard Version, and we're going to look at the same verse in the English Standard Version. When the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Yasharal. Now, let's look at that same verse in, this is the English Standard Version, and it has some footnotes here. Can you get the English Standard Version? You got it? Okay. When the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders. Now, there's a footnote there. Let's look at that footnote. The footnote says territories, okay? So when he fixed the territories for the nations, so then now we got to, what do we have to reference when we consider this? When we're talking about our elders should have taught us, I should be able to go to ask the elders, teach me about the Most High when he gave inheritance to the nations. He should be able to go, where should he be able to go? To a map, or in the book, where should he go in the book here? Thank you. He should take you to Genesis 10. He should take you to Genesis 10. Well, let's see what we find out when we go to Genesis 10, just real quick. Genesis 10, because our elders should be able to take us there. He's getting ready to divide it all up. Notice now, Japheth had Gomer, Magog, Madai, Yavin, Tubal, Meshach, Tyrus, and the sons of Gomer, Ashkenaz, So, wait a minute. You mean Ashkenaz is a grandson of Japheth? Yeah. But those people over there call themselves Ashkenazi Jews. Well, they are Ashkenazi Jews. They are. They're Jews that have converted over, or they're Germans that converted over to Judaism, but they're telling you who they are. They're Ashkenazis. So he's telling, there's so much here in the tables of Genesis 10, because he's dividing the nations, he's giving them their inheritance. So your elder, your pastor, should be able to take you to Genesis 10 and break it down and show you the inheritance and get a map and show you where he laid out all of these people and all these lands. You're going to find out that a lot of times when we say Canaanite, we're talking about Africans. You just simply are. You'll find out when you're talking about Shem and his people, you're talking about those who are more in the Near East. And then you've got the Far East, and then you don't even have the West. You don't even deal with the West until you go up into Europe or up into that area over the mountains. Then you've got the West. But this Bible doesn't deal with people in the West. It's dealing with people in the Near East. So, and I know some people think, well, that doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. You're not telling me anything. Well, all of this is in his mind. And it's important to know this because when he returns, guess what he's going to do? He's going to start to put people back into their territories and the places that they were stood to inherit. Things are going to go back to where it used to be. And he's going to set up his kingdom. He's setting up his kingdom in the Near East where it was before. But his kingdom is not just going to rule there. His kingdom is going to be worldwide, over the whole earth. And not only the earth that we know, but the earth that we don't know. And we'll deal with that later. No, because I don't want to go, because that's for another day. That's for another day. But you'll see some of it today, but we'll have to see that this thing is bigger and greater than what you might have thought, and your elders should be able to teach it to you. But the reason why they can't teach it to you, because a lot of this has been hidden from their eyes intentionally hidden, and they've been taught, you don't need to know that. You don't need to know that. That's not for you. You don't need to know that. And so we don't even search. You're too deep. Well, he said knowledge was going to increase, right? So he divided to the nations their inheritance. Oh, I read that in the King James already. So in the English Standard Version, he fixed the borders or the territories of the peoples according to the number of the sons of Elohim. Now, what did it say in the King Jimmy? Sons of Israel. Right. So the King James says the sons of Israel, but when you go to the tables of Genesis chapter 10, when he divided up the nation, gave them their inheritance, there was no Israel. There was no Israel. So how do we go from the angels? Now, somebody who has the Greek Septuagint, you know what it says in the Greek Septuagint? He divided the territories according to the number of the angels. That's what it says in the Septuagint. Now, notice there's a footnote here, right? Y'all see that footnote? So let me touch the footnote. Now, in the footnote, it says, compare Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint. And what should I compare it to? The Masoretic text. So this footnote is saying, compare the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint, compare that to the Masoretic text. Now, let's put things in order. Out of those three things, the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Greek Septuagint, and the Masoretic text, which one came first out of those three? Dead Sea Scrolls. Which came after that? Septuagint. Then you had the Masoretic text. And the Masoretic text came out about the 4th or 5th century. They took these ancient manuscripts that were not in the original Hebrew or the pictograph script, but they took the manuscript that was of the Aramaic Hebrew, the modern Hebrew, and they put vowel points on it, and they decided to add and subtract. Now, it teaches us in Deuteronomy, you ain't supposed to add nothing to it and take nothing away. And in Revelations, it says, if you do add to the book or take something away, what's going to happen? All the plagues of this book is going to be on you. So there's some people coming in the day of judgment that's going to experience the plagues of this book. That hasn't happened yet. There's people that's going to experience the plagues of this book because they added and they changed some things. Yes.
So is he talking about like changing of the scriptures, like how the Pope had changed the Sabbath day to Sunday, or is he talking about like adding the New Testament?
Oh, I think he's talking about changing some things, especially of his law that was given. The law that was given. It's evident that Shaul wrote Greek letters. He wrote Greek letters to the churches. He did do that. But they took those letters, and that's why Peter warned us, Kiefer warned us. He said that they've taken Shaul's writings, and what did they do to him? They wrestled with them to their own destruction because they were not learned. They weren't learned in Torah. And so you had a lot of the Greeks and the Romans who were not learned in Torah, and so they took Shaul's letter and they listen, look how they do it right in your face. They'll take something that Shaul wrote and make you think he's talking against the Most High's Torah. I mean, they'll make you think that Shaul is talking against the Most High's Torah. Yeah, and he said, even when he said, I think is it in Ephesians, maybe it's in Ephesians, he says, touch not, handle not, all that, when he says that, I think that's in Corinthians, touch not, handle not, something. They twist that and make you think he's talking about Torah. To where we ain't supposed to touch or handle Torah. Somebody find that. Somebody find that. I think it's either in Corinthians, it's in the New Testament. It says touch not, handle not, taste not, something like that. And they do it so blatantly in your face that they make you think that Paul's talking about Torah. No, find that. And because it
Colossians 2:21.
Is that what it is?
Touch not, taste not, handle not.
Right. Yeah, let's look at it. Colossians 2 and what? 21? Now listen to this. Let's look at verse 20. Let's look at verse 20. Wherefore, if ye be dead with Mashiach from the rudiments of the world, why, as through living in the world, are ye subject to ordinances? Now they've got Shaul turning against Torah. They got him turning against Torah. Touch not, taste not, handle not, which are all to perish with the using, after the commandments and doctrines of men. And they think Shaul is talking about Torah, when Shaul is talking about the customs and the practices of those Gentiles. Your commandments, your ordinances, the things that you're doing, all of that idolatry that you're in. He ain't talking about the Torah, but they make you think he's turning against Torah. Here's another one. 2:16. Let no man therefore judge you in meat or in drink or in respect of a holy day or of a new moon or of the Shabbat. So they got Shaul turning against Torah. See there? I told you, you can't judge me if I don't keep the Shabbat. They do it blatantly in your face. Because that's not what he's talking about. He's telling those Gentiles, Gentile people, he's saying, don't let nobody judge you in your meat or in your diet. Why do you think he would tell them that? Because he's teaching them the ways and the customs of Yasharal. And if they keep those customs of Yasharal, he's saying, don't let nobody judge you in that. Or respect of a holy day. The holy days are the 7 feasts that we have. So he says, don't let nobody judge you on those holy days. Or of the new moon, which is every month. Now, what happened at the first day of every month? The first day of every month, they blew the shofar. They blew the trumpet. There's only 1 month out of all 12 months that he ordained as a feast now, a high and holy day. The first day of the month, when they blew the trumpet, all the other 11, no, it wasn't separated or sanctified. The only one that was sanctified was the 7th month. So when they blew the trumpet on the 7th month, now this is a high and holy day. This is a feast day. So what is so important about that 7th month where he wants you to recognize the blowing of the trumpet and make a high and holy day out of it? I don't even want you to work. I know we're not truly serious with this because people who are truly serious with this will remember these, and these are his holy days. I'm keeping his holy day. I don't care what my employer says. I don't care what my spouse says. I don't care what my children say. I don't care what my brothers and sisters say. I don't care what mom and daddy say. I don't care about none of y'all saved folk. I don't care about y'all saved folk. I'm saved. I know I'm saved. I ain't never keep the Feast of Trumpet. You better be quiet. You better hope he don't judge you on that. I speak in tongues every day. You better hope he don't judge you on that. You better hope he don't judge you on that. I ain't never kept no holy day. And I know I'm saved. I'm as holy can get. Well, tell me what holy is in Hebrew. Tell me what holy is in Hebrew. Not what holy is in English, because you look up holy in Webster's dictionary, you know who you're going to see? Who you going to? The Pope. You look up holy in Webster's dictionary, you're going to see the Pope. So I'm not talking about what holy is in English. I'm talking about look up holy in the Hebrew and see what that is. See what that means. Because when he called the children of Israel out of Egypt, he says, ye are holy. The reason why they was holy, because he called them out and separated them as his nation, that we're going to get into, as his nation. And they was holy. Ain't now one of them was filled with the Holy Ghost. And a lot of them died in the wilderness. Everybody over 20 died in the wilderness. Why? Why did they die in the wilderness? All of them. Unbelief. Murmuring, complaining, killed a lot of them. But in Hebrews it says they could not enter into the rest because of unbelief. Simple unbelief. That's why I say people who say, I ain't never said, you better hope he don't judge you on that. Because what you're saying is you don't believe in his holy days. I ain't never kept no Feast of Trumpet, and I know I'm saved. Well, you better hope he don't judge you on his holy days. Because when he called his people out, he gave them that holy day. He gave it to them. You won't recognize his holy day, but you all up in your employer's face and waving your red, white, and blue flag on the flag day. Oh, y'all leave me alone. I don't care. Don't like me. I don't care. As long as the Most High, y'all, as long as I'm in favor with him, that's all I care about. That's all I care about. It's flag day. Well, I better put my flag up. This is Feast of the Trumpets. Well, I think I'll go to work. Well, it's a high and holy day. You're supposed to tell your employee you can't work. No, I ain't never kept no feast of no trumpet day. What you talking about, brother? You better hope he don't judge you on that. Okay, in respect of a holy day or of the new moon, which is on his calendar, because the Greco-Roman calendar is not in accordance with the Hebrew calendar or of the Sabbath. And he even says, Shaul warns him, he says, this is a shadow of things to come. But he does it so blatantly in your face, you think Shaul is speaking against Torah. Okay. Shaul can run rings around even church folks today. All of our greatest elders and pastors and bishops and district elders and suffragan bishops and suffering bishops and bishop emeritus and bishop this and bishop that and all of them. He walk rings around all y'all. He talk about Moses' law, Musha's law, and have y'all spinning in circles. You wouldn't even know what he's talking about. Because you take Colossians 2:16 and justify yourself in not keeping his holy days or his Shabbat. Justify yourself. Because I love this. I love this. Yes.
So that's this month, right?
Yeah, we just had trumpets. The high and holy day was trumpet. Now, atonement, which is Wednesday at sundown to Thursday at sundown, and we're fasting on that day, that's a high and holy day. Wednesday at sundown to Thursday at sundown, and we're going to break bread here at sundown or 6 o'clock on Thursday, the atonement.
I'm just trying to figure out. So it would be every year September 1st.
No,
According to
the Hebrew calendar. It's the first day of the 7th month every year.
First full moon of September.
yeah, that's what I was.
Right, and it doesn't always fall on September 1. It might be our September 1, but it's not the new moon. We have to wait for the new moon for that 7th month. And sometime this year it came up on the 6th.
Oh, okay.
On the Greco-Roman calendar it was the 6th, but on the Hebrew calendar it was the first day of the 7th month.
So it's sometime
It's in September, yeah. And September, it means 7. I mean, they do things so blatantly in your face. It's like, man, how dumb are we? September means 7. October means 8. November means 9. December means 10. So how is it 9, 10, 11, 12? Because they throw in a couple other. They purposely got us off cycle because the Hebrew calendar, you never bring in the new year in stone cold below 0 temps. Snow and ice on the ground. We don't bring in no new year like that. When you look at the new year in the Hebrew calendar, it was the time of their first harvest, which was their new year. It was their first harvest. Even when the time of the Messiah's birth, the shepherds were out in the field feeding the sheep. It wasn't in the dead of winter. I mean, if anybody should be leading the way, it should be the CHURCH. Yes.
You know, remember the lady the other day, she was telling those young people Happy New Year? Ethiopian lady?
Yeah.
Today is their New Year.
Today's their new year on the Hebrew calendar or the Ethiopian calendar.
Yeah. Today marks their New Year.
Yeah. And there's, speaking of that, there's, I'm trying to look, there is a Bible, the Ethiopic Bible, that is older than the Masoretic text. It's older than what the Romans, because, you know why? Because in the 8th chapter of Acts, what happened in the 8th chapter of Acts? Huh? 8th chapter of Acts. Right. Is that what you said, Sister Walsh?
I was saying that, I was referencing the thing that happened before that in the city of Samaria.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, 8th chapter of Acts is when Philip joined himself to the chariot of the Ethiopian eunuch that was coming to Jerusalem for the feast. But anyway, this Ethiopian eunuch went back to Ethiopia and started a church and had sacred writings. There's an Ethiopic Bible that predates anything that we have. And I don't mean the Dead Sea Scrolls. I'm not saying Dead Sea Scrolls. It doesn't predate the Dead Sea Scrolls. But I'm talking about since the resurrection. Since the resurrection, outside of Jerusalem, the oldest church is in Ethiopia. It's not even in Rome.
And it's kind of built underground, right?
Yeah, there's a lot because they're trying to hide. Because they know that if the people came in, it would kill them and steal it and all that other stuff. Yeah, so they try to hide stuff from the invaders. Even in wherever Timbuktu is, around in that area there, they took the Hebrew scrolls and wrote it in stone. They still have it. It's written in stone because they didn't want the invaders to come and destroy their culture, their literature, their language, and everything. So they wrote it in stone. There is a stone in New Mexico, Los Lunas stone, which dates back about they said about 2,300 years, something like that. And it has the 10 Commandments written in Hebrew in Los Lunas, New Mexico. And it weighs about 80 tons. They can't move it. So what they did was they built a little perimeter around it, and you have to pay them to go and see it. And it's written in Hebrew. And his name is there. His name is right there in Hebrew. It's written right there in Hebrew. And it predates Christ. So there was some people from Moshe's teaching that was over here before anybody talked about Christopher Columbus. It's such a joke. When you know truth, it's such a joke, and it's like, hey, don't insult my intelligence. When people cry, hey, don't insult my intelligence. Don't even do that. Just go on and read some more books. Get an understanding. Anybody can research the Los Lunas stone, and it's in New Mexico, and now you got to pay to go see it. But it's about 2,300 years old or older. So, but if you know King Shaluma, you know what I'm talking about when I say Shaluma? Solomon. King Shaluma, he had a navy. And it's written in, I think it's in Chronicles. He had a navy, and he sent his navy out to explore.
Because even in Mexico, the almanac, they have the big heads, the African heads that are built in stone. They were telling us about that down there too, that the Africans came over here before slavery happened.
Yeah. This land was occupied. There was nations of people here. There was people here. It's just that England wasn't here. So England comes over here, and then they say, we discovered America. How could you discover America? It was named after an Italian. Amerigo was here a couple hundred years before Christopher Columbus, or at least 100, because he came in like 14-something. Christopher Columbus didn't come to like 15-something. I mean, so the Western Hemisphere is named after Rome. If you look at it, the Western Hemisphere is named after Rome because they considered Rome as the West. And so whenever they went anywhere to conquer, they named everything after them. They changed the name of everything. We think we're saying Africa. That wasn't pronounced Africa. They changed the name of everything. It was a Greek that gave us Africa. Africanus, yeah. That's not what it was called. Actually, it was called the land of Ham, is what it was called. It was called the land of Ham. And they called it, even after land of Ham, they called it Ethiopia. Ethiopia wasn't no small country. It was almost a whole land mass because Ethiopia means dark face. And so they called all that land over here, all that's Ethiopia. Why? Because all them dark faces over there, all of it's Ethiopia. So this gets me for all these folks. Any questions out there? Okay. Jesus Christ, Yahushua Mashiach, the same yesterday and today and forever. And they want to push this. They're a pusher of this. So if he was the same yesterday, and you go into yesterday and yesteryear, and everybody kept the Shabbat, and then today we don't have to keep it. But then in Isaiah 66 and verse number 23, and it shall come to pass from one new moon to another, which means from month to month, and from one Shabbat to another, shall all flesh come to worship before me, saith Yah. And they shall go forth and look upon the carcasses of men that have transgressed against me. For their worm shall not die, neither shall their fire be quenched, and they shall be abhorring unto all flesh. So from every Shabbat, a part of your worship, you're going to have to see all these suffering folks who transgress. So you might not believe in the Shabbat now. I bet you'll believe in it later. Oh, you're going to believe in it, and you're going to keep it.
So this doesn't necessarily say that it's hell. You know what I'm saying? How we're like, oh, there's going to be hell. This don't necessarily say that they're in hell, that they're just being tormented
Yeah, well, see, we say hell in English, but it's Sheol. But Sheol and death, the tomb, has to give up their existence, and he's going to cast it into a lake. And it's called the lake of fire, where the worm dieth not, and the fire's not quenched.
So their bodies are going to be changed too.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. It has to if it says it's not going to die, the worm's not going to die. You know, it's going to be a place of it's abhorring. He says it's going to be abhorring to all flesh. Nobody's going to want to look at it. Nobody's going to want to see it. You know, this is where all the people who transgress against me, and even when he gathers his people, he even says, I'm going to sort through them. You know, I'm getting rid of all the transgressors and all the rebels. I'm getting rid of them. You know, he is going to gather all his people. I'm gathering all of them because I promised it unto Abraham. But he says, I'm not going to clear the guilty. You know, so you got some that he's just, I can't clear the guilty. I'm not going to let you go. We think we can get away. And a lot of people get away. A lot of people get away today. And we think that because we got away today, whoo, man. Whew. You know, but yeah, we better pray for grace and mercy. Better pray for it, because one thing he has not done, he has not thrown his law away. He has not done away with his law. He has not. Every teacher, preacher that says his law's done away with are liars. They're liars. They might not know they're lying, but they're lying because he has not done it. How could he do away with his word in Psalms 119 and 89? What does he say? Forever, O Yah, thy word is settled in heaven. Oh, but you're an earthling down here on earth, and you're going to do away with it. You ain't nothing but an earthling. You go through it. And then you want to tell me, Yahushua Mashiach, Jesus Christ, the same yesterday, today, and forever. And then you're going to turn around and tell me that. I ain't got time for that no more. I got too much. I spent too much time researching and studying. Okay. Some of that stuff, some of that argument is elementary. But, and that's where I wanted to get it. I don't want to get into the armor bearer, but Dawood's armor bearers, it wasn't just that they carried around his armor. They protected him, and they protected the throne. And they made sure that his message went out. That's what an armor bearer did, was made sure a decree from the king, we're going to make sure all nations, all tributaries, everybody know it. So if you're an armor bearer, to me, you don't speak against what I'm teaching. I'll just go on. We'll talk about that some other time. But there ain't nothing wrong with checking on me. I'm going to check you, Pastor. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Go ahead. Let's do it. Bring your scriptures. Let's talk about them. I always ask questions. Hey, you got some questions? Let's talk about it. I'm going to check you out. Well, bring it. Let's talk about it. You know? But an armor bearer, if King David found out that any one of his armor bearers, Joab, his brother, went against him, he would have him killed. Yes.
We recently watching that called Blood Brothers, the story of Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, how they were friends. And then Elijah Muhammad basically said, you know, when he had put Malcolm X out, casted him out of the whatever, and he was making comments like, you know, he's not even worthy to live, or, you know, anyone who talks against me shall be put to death. And then they actually put him to death. It didn't even have, he didn't even have to order it, like, go kill him. He just said the word and somebody killed him from his
Mm-hmm.
through it. So that's what reminds me of that. Like, he didn't even have to say it, but they did order people to death.
Mm-hmm.
If you spoke against him personally, spiritually, anything, they ordered people to be put to death.
Mm-hmm. And that's what an armor bearer did. If you bore his armor, and even when King Daud went out into battle, there was one time where he told him, his armor bearers told him, "No, you're not going out to battle. You're more valuable to us. Let us go and do all of this work. You're gonna stay home because you're more valuable at home. Let us go out and do this."
They would do that jail time for him.
Yeah. And then we see that in the New Testament in the book of Acts, the 6th chapter, where they was trying to get the disciples to settle disputes. He said, "No, you choose you out 7 men, and you let them handle that. We're gonna give ourselves over to prayer and the ministry of the word and fasting. We ain't got time to settle tables. You know, we got stuff to do. Here I am passing out clinics, ushering, trying to take care of everything. I'm doing all that." I'm trying to run the funeral. I'm trying to talk to the family, trying to console the family. Sister Donna Phillips, who was baptized in Jesus' name, got the Holy Ghost. I mean, who's supposed to be one of us, and I'm the one, and have to give the eulogy and make sure everything got up there. I mean, me and Ezekiel, we was doing it all. Where's the armor bearers?
Now, armor bearers, are they male or female? Or both?
Well, in King David's day, it was his generals and his army. It was his mighty men. He had a number of them. Of course, he was a king over a nation, so he had to have a number of them. And they would do, like that time the house of Saul was cussing at him and swearing at him, putting curses on him because he was running from Absalom, his son. And one of his armor bearers said, "Hey, let me take his head off, king. I'll take his head off. You don't talk to a king like that. I'll take your head off." King said, "No, don't do it. Spare him." He says, "This might be from the Most High. He might be doing this, maybe the Most High sent him." But then at his deathbed, get him. Don't let him go down to his grave. No, you better go get him. Because King David was an armor bearer for King Shaul. In fact, when King Shaul fell on his sword, and it was supposed to kill him, but it didn't, and the other young man came, and Shaul says, "I'm not dead yet. Go ahead and take my life." And so that young man did it, and he came and told King David. He thought he was going to get some kind of favor. King David says, "Wait a minute. You weren't afraid to kill this anointed? Off with his head." Because King David was King Shaul's armor bearer. He fought for King Shaul.
Is all the kings who have armor bearers?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And I mean, but we have little kingdoms down here. Little preachers make little kingdoms, and so they got bodyguards. They got people carrying their briefcase, carrying their Bibles, carrying their hats, carrying a cane. Oh, these are my armor bearers. Answering the phone for them, because little preachers have little kingdoms. That's not what it was about, because everybody wants to be King Daud, and who wouldn't, But I mean, King Daud has some judgment on his house now. A lot of stuff happened. A lot of stuff happened in his day. He didn't make everybody kings. We only got one king, and we should all have his back. All of us should have the back of our king. King Yahushua. I got to get that book. King Yod-Heh-Dud-Heh. I got to get that book. Okay. He set his bounds. This is what I want to look at. And we were in, this is Deuteronomy 32 and verse 8. And it says in the English Standard Version, it says, compare the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint to the Masoretic text, because the Masoretic text says sons of Israel, but the Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint says sons or messengers or angels of Elohim. So what did he do? He set his boundaries according to his messengers or his angels. Now, we have the names of some of his created angels. We have the names of some of them. We find out in Leviticus 16 and 16 that one of the names of one of them that had fallen was Azazel. Now, Azazel was not what we find out in Isaiah, the 14th chapter. Let me do this first. The Most High Yah has messengers or angels, and he created them before he created Adam. Before he created Adam, he had a council. He had a heavenly host. He had all of that. He sat in his council. Okay. Psalms chapter 82 and verse number 1. I'm just thinking how I want to do it. Let's start here. Psalms 82 and 1. In King James, it says a psalm of Asaph. Elohim standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Now this says mighty here. We're going to look at a different version here. Standeth in the congregation of the mighty. Because we got to find out who's this congregation of the mighty. Who's that? He judgeth among the little gods or L's. He judgeth among them. He standeth in the congregation of the mighty. So what does it say? What does it say in the,
God has taken his place in the divine council. In the midst of the God, he holds justice.
Oh, good. Did y'all hear that? This is the English Standard Version. And the English Standard Version is built off of the Dead Sea Scrolls, because this didn't come out till like 2001, Dead Sea Scrolls and the Septuagint. They didn't really build their version off of King James. King James got its version from the Latin Vulgate and from the Masoretic text. So in the Masoretic text, like we've seen in Deuteronomy 32 and 8, in the Masoretic text, it says sons of Israel. When you go back to the tables of the nation, it says sons of Israel. Well, there was no Israel in Genesis 10. Israel didn't come out till Jacob was getting ready to return back to Esau, his brother. He wrestled with him. He changed his name from Jacob to Yasharal. That's when we got the 12 tribes of Jacob, or the 12 tribes of Yasharal. So in Deuteronomy 32 and 8, when we're supposed to ask our fathers and the elders about that table in Genesis 10, Israel was not a nation. So and it tells you here, the Masoretic text puts in there, they take out the angels of Elohim and they put in the sons of Yasharal. And that's where you get the King James Version. That's why it pays to look at other versions, because the King James is not the first version. And don't make King James King Jesus.
You say that King James stems from the Masoretic and the Septuagint?
Yeah, well, no, it comes from, actually, it's the Latin Vulgate translated into English, but the Latin Vulgate gets their translation from the Masoretic text and the Septuagint. The Septuagint gets its translation from the Hebrew script. The closest thing that you can get to the Hebrew scripts is if you read the Greek Septuagint. That's as close as you can get it.
Now how about the English Standard Version? What is it?
The English Standard Version gets the translation from the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Yes.
Well, the Septuagint says, Psalms of Asaph, God stands in the assembly of gods, and in the midst of them will judge God.
Yeah. So he actually stands in the midst of GODs or L's. If you translate, if you're reading English, but if you go, he's standing in the midst of L's. Now he's Elohim, but he stands in the midst of L's or other gods. Well, where did these other gods come from? Well, he created them. He created them. He created these other gods before he created Adam. And so he has this whole council. Okay, let's go to, because I wanted to go to Isaiah, then Job, but look.
Why would you refer to the ESV as the main translation to read? Because it's only been, it was first published in 2001.
Right,
So it's not
right,
an old translation.
right. The reason why I do is because it aligns with the Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Out of those three, out of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Septuagint, and the Masoretic text, which is the oldest out of those three? Or the original, or which is the oldest? Out of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Septuagint, and the Masoretic text, which is the oldest? Dead Sea Scrolls. So if I want to get to what was really said, where do I want to go? From the Dead Sea Scrolls. I really want to get to the Dead Sea Scrolls because the Dead Sea Scrolls is the actual writing.
We can't understand that.
Not unless you can understand the Hebrew, the modern Hebrew that it was written in. You'd be surprised where it's at. It's in the museum in England, in London. No, scholars, people who are scholars of the Hebrew, that's how they wrote the English Standard Version. These are people who can read Hebrew and understand Hebrew. So they've taken the Greek, what they can get from the Dead Sea Scrolls, because a lot of it is fragmented, and we only have half of the Dead Sea Scrolls published. There's another half. There's so many Dead Sea Scrolls that have not even been published yet. They won't even publish it, and it's the England it's over there in England. Who gives you the right? I'm just saying, who gives England the right on whether something should be published or not? I don't know. I don't know who gives them the right. It's not. They didn't even write it. It was written by those ancient Hebrews who wrote it. Evangelicals were buying it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Septuagint and the Dead Sea Scrolls. Because if you don't have the Dead Sea Scrolls, the next best thing you can get is a Septuagint. And the Septuagint was written in that Koine Greek. And you got Greek scholars, they'll read that Septuagint, they'll just read right through it and tell you exactly what it says. So I'm in my study, this is what I'm studying. Now, if I'm just going to read, like I'm reading a book, I go to my King James and I just read. Now, if I'm going into study, now I'm looking at different versions. I'm trying to piece all of this together. So Elohim has taken his place in the divine council. What is that divine council? He's in the midst of Els, he holds judgment. So what is that divine council that he sits in? What is that divine council? Well, in that divine council, let's go to Job, because we're going to come back here again, but let's look at Job 38 and verse 7. And I'm going to read 5, 6, and 7. Job 5, 6, and 7. Who hath laid the measures thereof, if thou knowest? Or who hath stretched the line upon it? Whereupon are the foundations thereof fastened? Or who laid the cornerstone thereof? When the morning stars sang together, and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. Now this is at his creation. This is not talking about mankind or Adam. Adam was not there at his creation. You have to understand, Adam was not there at the creation. Because where did he take Adam from? He took him from the ground. So Adam wasn't, this is not speaking of Adam. When you see the sons of Elohim here, it's not speaking of Adam. We're talking about his creation that he had created before he stretched the foundations of the earth, before he made the heavens and the earth. You mean he had a council or sons of Elohim before he even stretched everything out? Yes. Before he stretched all of them out, he had it. Notice now, and we're still dealing with Deuteronomy 32:8, right? We're still dealing with that. Let's look at Psalms. Let's look at Psalms 82.
I have a question.
Yes.
Back to Psalms 82 and looking at all the various translations, he basically said that he stands in the assembly of God. In the midst of them, he's going to judge. But then later on down in 6, he said, and I have said, ye are God.
Okay, I'm not there yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm not there yet.
Okay.
I'm not there yet.
All right.
Because when you get there, you have to go to John 10:34.
John 10:34.
Right, and we're going to look at that.
Okay.
Because I'm not there yet.
Okay.
All right. So in Psalms 82:1, he's sitting in the. So when it says Elohim standeth in the congregation of the mighty, that means he's sitting in the council of the divine. He has a council up there in the Shamaim. He has a council in the Shamaim. Just hold on to that. He has a council in the Shamaim. Hold on to that. Hold on to that. In heaven. Yeah, Shamaim is heaven. That's a given. He has a council in the Shamaim in heaven. Hold on to that. Okay? Hold on to that. Hold on to that. Hold on to it. Hold on to it. Now open up your eyes. What does it say up here? No, okay. I just want to peek that at you. Now let's go back. Because I'm going to come back to that later. I'm going to come back to that later.
You're just trying to throw little.
Just listen. Just listen.
We're going to have an aha moment in a minute.
Listen. Just listen. Okay. He standeth in the. I just gave y'all a peep of something that we'll get, hopefully. Because I want us to know how important tabernacles is. You have to know how important this is. And I don't know, maybe I'm not doing justice to it, but this, we don't know what we're getting ready to step into because we haven't been prepared. Our minds have not been prepared. We should have been able to go to our fathers or our elders and say, tell us about the beginning.
Okay. Tell us about the beginning.
I'm working on it.
All right.
I'm working on it. Okay? Yeah. I mean, we're focused on material instead of what actually we're about to, yes.
Because he wants nothing more than to dwell with his people. So this is a reenactment. So we are supposed to be like he is there with us and in praising and joy, which I don't know how much we're going to be doing with a whole bunch of other people around us, but I'm just saying. We're supposed to be acting like he is there in the presence with us.
Because see, what you said was what you said is kind of like over the whole theme of this season. Did anybody hear what she said? Anybody? What else did you hear? Right. But she said something before that.
There is nothing more than he wants to do.
You probably. Okay, that's not how you put it, but you kind of said. But that's what. Did y'all hear what that? He has always wanted to dwell with his people. Always. Now, let me say this, and just kind of hold on to this. Out of all of his counsel where he created all those L's, all those Gods, not one was able to dwell in man like what he did. We haven't got there yet. We're going to do a quantum leap. I'm going to do a quantum leap now, then go back. When you tie in how Elohim was manifested in the flesh, right? When you look at John 3:16, when you look at all of that comes into play at this time of year. When you look at John 3:16, John 3:16 is dealing with a one of a kind, never done before. Out of all his L's that he created, none of them were able to do what he did. Mic drop. Okay, let's go back.
So can you go back to that scripture about the council, 82:1? Was that Psalm 82:1?
Deuteronomy or Psalms 82. Okay, let's deal with that. Because see, I'm doing these quantum leaps. I'm going.
And I'm figuring it out.
Okay, let's listen to what he says here now, because you're not going to be able to. We can't jump to John 10:34, because in John 10:34, Yahusha, Jesus, knew exactly what he was saying because he knew Psalms 82. It's just that the people didn't know. Because we're so limited in our mind. We don't know. There's a lot of things that Mashiach says just goes right over our heads. We don't get it. We don't get it. We just don't get it. A lot of things he said goes right over our head. He spoke plainly, but a lot because there's so much in this word. It's such a level, and you have to unpack. He can say things that confounds the wise. That's what he said. I'll say simple things that confounds the wise. I'll say things for the ages. I'll say something that go through 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 years. You still ain't got to figure it out. That's Elohim. That's our Yah. He's able to do that. Okay, let's look at Psalms 82 here. He judges among the L's, right? Verse number 2. Any questions out there in the chat? Okay. Verse number 2. How long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? Salah. Who's he talking to? You sound like somebody that knows that read the Masoretic text, because that's what the Masoretic text wants you to think. But who is he talking to? He's talking to his council, all of those L's up there.
Isn't Israel to judge the nations?
Yeah, but when we get to Deuteronomy 32:9, okay, when we get to there, because we're not there yet.
Okay.
So who is he talking to here, Sister Walsh? He's talking to them, the congregation of the mighty, the angels that he created, or the gods. That's who he's talking to. He's telling these gods. Now, you think this is the first time he talked to these gods?
No.
Where do you see the first time he talked to them? Okay. All right. Good. Because he says that in Genesis 1:26-27. Elohim said, let us make man. Because see, a lot of people, and the way I understood it, yeah, because you know where we got that mentality, that mindset from? We got it from the Roman Catholic Church and the Trinity. So it makes you think that that's not who he was talking about. Not when you compile all these verses together. See, our mindset is from the Roman Catholic Church. I don't care. You call yourself Pentecostal, Apostolic, I don't care. Your mindset is of the Roman Catholic Church because that's what taught us. our teacher is a Roman Catholic Church. Until you're able to transcend out of that. I'll just drop this out because some of y'all already heard me say it. My bishop, my pastor, looked up to the pulpit not too long ago and said, see all that up there? He said, that ain't nothing but the Roman Catholic Church.
Yep, the cross.
That's what he said.
J up there on the wall.
That's what he said. He told it to, he told it to our pastors, and we was in a pastors meeting. You know? He said that's the Roman Catholic Church. No? Yep. He pointed to the pulpit up there. He said, that's the Roman Catholic Church.
That wooden cross.
You know? Yeah. So we have the mindset from the Roman Catholic Church. Now, why do we have the mindset from the Roman Catholic Church? Because everywhere they went, everywhere where they colonized, that's what they pushed. That's what they pushed. You know, most people in this country that call themselves Apostolic Pentecostal, you know where they trace their history back to? Azusa Street. You're way too late. 1906, 1907, you're way too late. You still a newborn babe on milk. And that's probably why. Thank you. That's probably why. Because they go back to 1906. So they're just newborn babes on milk. Yeah, I mean, come on. We got to go back further than Azusa Street. I'm a product of the Azusa Street revival. You ain't nothing but a babe on milk. That's all you are. Okay. So he's talking to these gods. He says, how long will ye judge unjustly and accept the persons of the wicked? He goes on to say, he tells them, these elves, these gods, the council that he's in, defend the poor and the fatherless. Do justice to the afflicted and needy. Deliver the poor and needy. Rid them out of the hand of the wicked. He's given them, maybe I'm giving it away. Okay. They know not, neither will they understand. They walk on in darkness. All the foundations of the earth are out of course. And it's out of course. I have to, Deuteronomy 32 and verse, we're going to go back and forth, right? To Psalms 82. We're going to go back and forth. So when the Most High divided to the nations their inheritance, when he separated the sons of Adam, he set the bounds of the people according to the number of the children of Yasharal. That's the Masoretic text. So let's go to the English Standard Version in Deuteronomy 32 and 8, right? Everybody still with me? And it says, when the Most High gave to the nations their inheritance, when he divided mankind, he fixed the borders of the territories of the peoples according to the sons of Elohim or the angels of Elohim. But, verse number 9, Yahuwah's portion, so after all this dividing, who did he choose? When he divided up all the nations, who did he choose? But Yahuwah's portion is his people. Jacob is his allotted heritage. So when he divided up the lands and he let all of the other gods choose theirs, he says, I'm choosing Jacob. This is going to be mine inheritance. That's why when you read in Hebrews 5 and 12, where it says, when you ought to be teachers, I have to teach you again, the first principles of what? The oracles of Elohim, because he spoke to Yasharal. He chose Yasharal as his. This is my portion. This is my lot. This is who I'm going to speak to. I'm speaking to this people. They get the oracles. Now, if by chance he talks to another nation, who do you think he sends? And I know we want to say Israel and everything, but remember now he's in a divine council.
He sends Malachim or angels.
Angels, right. He'll send an a Melech or Alakim, or he'll send an angel as a messenger to speak to some of these other nations. That's why sometimes you see the angel of Yah, even with his own people. Because there's times where he won't even speak to his own people, but he'll send an angel. He don't have to speak to, he does. When you hear his voice coming from heaven, that's the oracles. But he can send a messenger to you that will speak to you as from him, representing him. But when you're talking about the oracles, now you're talking about the audible voice coming down from heaven. He's actually speaking from heaven himself, and he spoke to his people because Jacob was his lot. These are my people. These are the ones that I'm choosing. Now you got other people around there. You got other nations, and you have other Els or other gods. Yes.
So his council, you say it's other little GODs, or was it angels?
They're messengers, angels, or little GODs or gods. Yeah. Now let's look at. Deuteronomy or Psalms. We're chapter 82. Because we're going to get down into verse 6, like Sister Tamika was saying, and then when you get there, 6 and 7, you have to quantum leap to John 10:34. But before we do that, we've already discovered, I don't want to go back, but we've already discovered in Leviticus 16 and 16, which is the time of atonement when the high priest would go in once a year, and he was told to get 2 goats. One was going to be for the Most High Yah, and the other one was going to be for who? Azazel, the scapegoat, Azazel. And so Azazel was one of the names of those in the council. It's in one of the names of those in the council. Now, okay, let's go to Psalms 82, and let's finish reading that. Where were we at? Okay, verse number, the whole earth is out of course. Now, listen here. Now, notice who he's talking to, right? I have said, ye are gods or Els, and all of you are the children of the Most High. All of you. All y'all Els. All y'all gods. All the ones I created. Huh? I created all of you. All of you, my children. Because I am the Father of creation. I created the heavenly host. I created all of y'all. All of y'all children of the Most High. Yes.
I don't know whether you say counsel. I don't know whether you use the word counsel. Like you told Job, where were you when I happened in, or whether he was talking about the gods, but he didn't control anybody about what he done. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, he didn't consult anybody if nobody was there, but he made himself a counsel. He made himself a counsel. He even gives us advice in Proverbs. He says that there's safety in the multitude of what? Counselors. Because that's what I've done. We should have people that we console with, that we can trust, that we know you're going to give me some good counsel. I can trust you and everything, because he says there's safety in the multitude of counselors. So he has a counsel he consoles with. Nobody should be alone. Mm-mm.
This is kind of new to me, Bishop, because I've always thought, according to Isaiah, he was God and he stood alone. He stretched out the heavens all by himself. It's from the beginning. Everything exists because by his hand.
That's true, because notice now, before he created his council, who was there? Well, we don't. Just him. We don't know. That knowledge is far beyond us. But he created a council, so nobody's like him. He said, ain't nobody like. Watch what he says. Watch how he deals with these gods. It's right here. Watch how he deals with them. So he is incomparable. He is the first. There's nobody who was before him, because everything that was created by him. There's nothing that's created, even his heavenly council, none of them, even Michael and Gabriel. I mean, we know the names of some of his council. They're his children. So there's nobody like him. No, there's nobody else that can do what he did. There's nobody before him. Because if there's somebody before him, then how do we know if they created the Most High Yah? If they're before him, he's letting us know, ain't nobody before me. I created everything. I created my counsel. All these gods, they're my counsel. They're all these mighty ones. We're going to see one that rebelled against him. Well, actually, more than one. And he had to deal with them. We'll see it here. But is he the Most High? Yes. Is there any above him? No. Is there any comparable to him? No. Even his mighty men, or the mighty council, the heavenly council he created, they're not greater than him. They can't do what he did. But there's one knucklehead in every one, and he's trying to do what the Most High has done. Soon, I mean, you always got one that, actually more than one. Yeah. I think he's given them a free will. I think they do have a free will. But it's within his counsel. And the reason why I say that is because in Kings, he says, who is going to go? Because Ahab went to get Jehoshaphat to go into war with him against, I think it was the Assyrians. And so, the Most High was not for Ahab, So he says, who's going to, somebody might be able to look, I think it's in 2 Kings, who's going to go to Ahab and, give the message? And then one spirit said one thing, they said this and that. Then one stood up and says, I'll be a lying spirit in the mouth of his prophets. He says, okay, you go ahead and do it. So I think he does give them, they can think. They can think.
And they also came down and made it with the daughters of men.
Yeah.
That was their own will.
Yeah. They weren't supposed to, because now in Daniel, and I wanted to get into that, I might have skipped it, but in Daniel 4:13 and 4:17, they're called the Watchers and the Holy Ones. See, our fathers and our elders should have told us about the Watchers and the Holy Ones. Oh, no, you don't need to know. Well, wait a minute, time out. What about these Watchers? What about these Holy Ones? What about this council? What about all this stuff? Because, see, our mindset is not to learn that, because we're told that you don't need to know that. All you need to know is the cross. Look to the cross.
And not only that, Bishop,
That's
you think of angels, you think they just fly around this throne crying, holy, holy, holy.
Yeah.
And we have some that go minister to people.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, even when, there's. I mean, we got so many examples. And the first one, even the first one after the tables of the nations, and he told them where your geographical area is supposed to be. Go there, raise your family, have your language. He told them that. But what happened in the 11th chapter of Genesis? Yeah, that's when they built back. And so it says that the people were one. They had one language. They started to build what we, in today's term, it was a ziggurat. Ziggurat. I think that's how you pronounce it. Ziggurat. And a ziggurat was a high place where you go up, and they had they would have a temple or a shrine. And this was a place where they met their God. Even when you see that movie, The Ghostbusters, and how they were elevated up into that real high place there, and they carved out a corner of it, and then you seen this God that came down. And they even gave a name to it. And I was surprised they even gave. I said, man, these people know something. Because the name that they.
The pyramids, how they have that plateau. They used to meet their gods.
That's where they would meet their gods. So where did they get that knowledge from? You know, you'll discover it in a book like this, because it talks about how in the ancient Near East, how they would build these things so that they can meet their God, because that was a high place. It was considered a holy place. It was considered a shrine. And it was a place where you could get up so high. If you got up so high in elevation, what happens to you when you get up so high?
Increase oxygen.
You lose oxygen. What happened? You kind of get lightheaded, dreamy, get all woozy and stuff like that. They felt that was a place where they would meet their God. Now, what we do today, since we can't climb those high places and get up into that light oxygen to where we get woozy, what do? No, we smoke weed. We do we do mushrooms. Yeah. We smoke hill so that we can get that feeling like we're up there, we're meeting, it's an altered state, but euphoric effect, because that's what they would do when they would climb up. They would get so high up. The oxygen was thin. It affected their body. Their motor functions was off. Their mind was off. And this is where we meet our God. Yeah, it was. It was, but that's what they believe they met their God. But see, they got that from someplace. No. Can I show you where they got that from? Because let me show you where they got that from.
Like you said about Earth, Wind, and Fire, they went somewhere and got some. But they came back, a whole lot of.
Yeah, they started to put a lot of messages in their music and stuff. But, yeah. And they got their name out of the Bible. Earth, Wind, and Fire. So much. Okay, so we're going to show you. I'm going to show you that high place as we get into here. I'm going to show you that high place. Okay, so he says, all of you are children of the Most High. All of you are children of the Most High, talking to the gods. Now listen to this. But ye shall what? You're going to die like a man. Woo. He's talking to his elves, his gods, in his council. Why do you think they were going to die like men?
Because they're going to get judgment.
Yeah, because he told them what they should have been doing.
Right.
He tells them, look at what you're supposed to be doing up here. And another reason, he says, the whole earth or the whole foundation of the earth is what? It's out of course. Y'all ain't doing your job. It's all out of course. The whole earth is out of course. But who's his people?
Yasharal.
But what happened to Yasharal?
They got scattered.
They all messed up too. Just like his angels, because he calls them their children. You're my children too. All of you are my children. Huh? Well, okay. Because he says, but ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Now, before we go to John, let's go to Ezekiel. I want to go to Ezekiel 28 and Isaiah 14. And let's look at this. Ezekiel 28:1. The word of Yah came unto me, saying, Son of man, say unto the prince of Tyrus, thus saith Adon Yahuwah, because thine heart is lifted up, and thou hast said, Elohim. So you go, I'm an Elohim. I sit in the seat of Elohim. Wait a minute. You ain't supposed to sit in my seat. You're in my council, but you ain't supposed to sit in my seat. Wait a minute. You're going to sit in my seat. You're going to sit in Yahuwah's seat. And Yahuwah created you. Thank you. Thank you. Who got mad at Joseph when Joseph said the stars bowed down to him and then the sheep bowed down to him? Yeah, but then who else got upset after his brothers and stuff? Who else got up? His father. His father, for that dream, he says, am I to bow to you? You gonna sit in my seat? Oh, wait a minute, son. Now you're getting beside yourself. He says here, I sit in the seat of Elohim, in the midst of the seas. Notice now some of the things that he's saying, some of these things he's saying, man cannot live or survive there naturally. Notice, just listen to what he says. Yes. That's one of those angels or messengers or stuff. This chapter, now we're going to read down further because he's got to deal with him. He's got to deal with him. But he's going to bring you out some things in this. He's going to bring out some things that you should have some clues about. Okay. I sit in the seat of Elohim in the midst of the seas. Now, there's some things. Now, can we live in the seas? No. But there's other creatures and stuff that's in the seas, and he's actually given authority to some of his els or his gods to rule in the seas and stuff. If you ask me, I don't think we know how big this earth is. I know people say and everything, but I don't think we know how big it is. But notice he says, yet thou art a man and not Elohim, though thou set thy heart as the heart of Elohim. He says, behold, thou art wiser than Daniel. Now, Daniel was pretty wise. There is no secret that they can hide from thee. With thy wisdom and with thine understanding, thou hast gotten thee riches and hast gotten gold and silver into thy treasures. By thy great wisdom, by thy traffic hast thou increased thy riches, and thy heart is lifted up because of thy riches. Therefore, thus saith Adon Yahuwah, because thou hast set thine heart as the heart of Elohim. You got yourself into trouble now. You got yourself in trouble. Behold, therefore, I bring strangers upon thee, the terrible of the nations, and they shall draw their swords against the beauty of thy wisdom, and they shall defile thy brightness. They shall bring thee down to the pit, and thou shalt die. The deaths of them that are slain in the midst of the seas. Because he kind of sometimes talks about a man, but then like, hey, we don't live in the seas. We don't live in the seas. Now listen to this. This is good. I should highlight this. This is good. Will thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I'm Elohim? You about to die. No, I don't think so. He ain't giving him a chance.
He's basically tell me you God now.
He's mocking him. Because if you read Proverbs 1, it talks about how he's going to mock you. You know, he's given us all kind of chances. He's given all his children chances. But there's a day coming where he's going to mock you. He's going to laugh at your calamity. He's going to be he's going to have the final say. So he's kind of mocking him. Listen to what he says. Listen, this is good. Wilt thou yet say before him that slayeth thee, I'm Elohim? But thou shalt be a man and no Elohim in the hand of him that slayeth thee. Thou shalt die the deaths of the uncircumcised by the hand of strangers. For I have spoken, saith the Adon Yahuwah. Okay? Listen to this. Now, some of this should start popping to you. moreover, the word of Yahuwah came unto me saying, because I'm thinking about when I should go to Isaiah 14. That's what I'm thinking. Son of man, take up a lamentation upon the king of Tyrus, and say unto him, thus saith the Adon Yahuwah, thou sealest up the sum full of wisdom and perfect in beauty. Now, some of you might pick this up here. Now listen. Think, as we're reading this, think about Revelations 21.
The 12 tribes and the throne. You should have said it.
Thou hast been in Eden, the garden of Elohim. So it's definitely not talking about Adam. Okay? Every precious stone thy covering. And then it starts to name all of these precious stones. And if you go to, there's just, okay. Thy covering, sardius, topaz, and the diamond, the beryl, the onyx, the jasper, sapphire, emerald, carbuncle, and gold. The workmanship of thy tabrets and of thy pipes was prepared in thee in the day thou wast created. So there's something about just kind of this, just my thought, because we're going to see it here. But there's something about all of that beauty and all of those precious stones, all of that. There's something about it. Think about how you would feel or how you felt when you got your first diamond. When you got your first diamond. Think about putting rubies on your hand, sapphire, precious stones. Think about if it's a big diamond. How do you feel about gold? Oh, it changes you. It changes you. I mean, you take on a different nature. You're just, oh my goodness. You start to think more highly of yourself. I mean, there's something about those precious jewels that is harmful. I mean, we like it. It's beautiful. We look at diamonds. Oh my goodness. You got some folks get a diamond ring on their finger and all you see is their hand. They're just doing this all the time. It's something about those diamonds that just affects folk. That was who he was. That was his covering. Yes.
Don't we add value to stuff like that and that not itself?
Well, let's read here. Let's see what he says about it. Okay. The anointed cherub that covereth, and I have set thee so. Thou was upon, what does it say? You were upon what? The holy mountain of Elohim? That's that high place. So now listen to the Garden of Eden, and where the Garden of Eden was the mountain of Elohim. It was a high place. It was a place where you had to go up to. It was a precious place. The Garden of Eden is not on the seabed. The Garden of Eden was an elevated place. It was a high place. It was called the mountain. You was up in my mountain. You was up in my garden. And so that's where man has always wanted to go. So when you go to the 11th chapter of Genesis, when you had Nimrod and they were building that temple, and where did they want to go? Up to heaven. They wanted to get to that high place. They wanted to get there because they knew that if we could get back to Eden, if we can just get back there, I mean, we could commune with Elohim. Yeah, I mean, but illegally, but man has wanted to be where Elohim is, and Elohim has always wanted to dwell with man. Okay. Yes.
So what's crazy is he did what he did because he knew when the people were one, when you're united, you can get a lot of stuff accomplished. And he was like, wait a minute, but today we know that when you're united, you can get a lot accomplished, but yet we're so divided. And we want the effects of being united, but we don't do the work to be united. But it's like, it's easy. The answer is right there. When you're united, you can get a lot accomplished.
Yeah.
But we don't do the work.
And I think there's a certain purpose to that, because there's only one that's going to unite. Because one of the curses is nobody's going to save you. Yeah, ain't nobody going to save you. So it's going to take Elohim. It's going to take when Elohim dwelt with us. That's what it's going to take. And all these people talking about, I'm going to heaven, I'm going to heaven. They tried. They tried to go to Shamaim. They couldn't make it. They couldn't make it. You can't go. They tried. They still trying to get to Shamaim, but they're just flying around in space. Okay. Thou was upon the holy mountain of Elohim. Thou hast walked up and down in the midst of the stones of fire. Thou wast perfect in thy ways from the day that thou was created till iniquity was found in thee. So everything about this angel, messenger, we'll find out later, everything about him was perfect. So how did he get off? How did he become, where did that, listen to this, by the multitude of thy what? The multitude of thy merchandise. They have filled the midst of thee with violence, and thou hast sinned. Therefore I will cast thee as profane out of the mountain of Elohim, and I will destroy thee, O covering cherub, from the midst of the stones of fire. Now, let's listen to this. Thine heart was lifted up because of what? That's why he fell into iniquity, was because of his beauty. So what consisted of his beauty? All the stuff he had. He told him, all that was your covering. You was the anointed cherub. All of that. You was perfect. He says you were beautiful. Huh? Mm-hmm.
Who was it?
We'll go to Isaiah 14. You know who it is. Okay, a covering cherub from the midst of stone. Thy heart was lifted up because of thy beauty. Thou hast corrupted thy wisdom by reason of what? When you get all of those jewels, remember what he said about his city? He said, we don't need no sun there. The stones and everything, it's going to just be lit up. They don't need no aid of the sun. You get all these jewels and how huge it's going to be. And it's going to be all lit up. He says, thy wisdom by reason of thy brightness, I will cast thee to the ground. I will lay thee before kings, and they may behold thee. Thou hast defiled thy sanctuaries by the multitude of thy iniquities, by the iniquity of thy traffic. Therefore I will bring forth a fire from the midst of thee, it shall devour thee, and I will bring thee to ashes upon the earth in the sight of all them that behold thee. and all they that know thee among the people will be astonished at thee. Thou shalt be a terror, and never shalt thou be anymore. So his doom, it spells his doom, okay? Huh? And then Isaiah 14. Let's look at Isaiah 14, and let's go to let's start at verse 12, I guess. 11 talks about thy pomp is brought down to the grave, noise of thy vows, the worm is spread upon thee, and worms cover thee. Verse 12, how are thy fallen from Shamaim? Now, the Hebrews didn't speak Latin. Lucifer is Latin. The Septuagint doesn't say this, it's not, Lucifer is Latin. So you have to go to what he says there, and Lucifer, H 1966, his name was, notice now, shining star, okay? In the context it's being used is B and E, so I go down to B and E in parentheses. Keep scrolling, B. Okay, the root of B is shine, to cause a shine of one by praising or giving thanks to another or to oneself. So he makes himself shine. Okay, let's go down to E here. Shining star. Earth, Wind, and Fire said shining star, didn't they? Shining star, and when he says, you know who you are? Shining star. And then Earth, Wind, and Fire also talked about in the stone. He said, Earth, Wind, and Fire says it's all etched in the stone. Shining star. Now, the shining star in Hebrew is Hallel. Hallel.
That sounds, Muslims or Islam talks about that.
Yeah, it's like our version of kosher.
Yeah, and they call it Hallel. Yeah, but that's who this shining star is. So even when we go to Job, remember we went to Job 38 and verse 7, right? Remember we went there? And it says, when the morning stars, there's another place where they call him, now get ready for this, they call him the day star. The ESV, okay. Yeah, they call him the day star. So you've got the shining star, you've got the day star. So it says here, when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of Elohim shouted for joy. So Hallel, Azazel, and all of these others were there at the time of the creation because they were all a part of his council. They were all a part of his council that he had. So I was in Isaiah, right? Isaiah 14. And so we'll finish this up. And notice what he says. You're fallen, Hallel, son of the morning, or day star, or shining star. You're fallen, which did weaken the nation. For thou hast said in thine heart, and then we pull this together with Ezekiel 28. I've said in my heart, what did he say? I will ascend into Shamaim. I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. So who's he talking about here? His council. Yahuwah made his council. He's saying, I don't want to be a council member. No, I'm going to be above your council. You know, what? Now remember in Ezekiel 28, what did he say? Where did he say he wanted to sit? He wanted to sit in his seat. That's my throne. I'm going to sit there. I'm going to sit in your seat. He go, what? You want to sit in my seat? You know? No, he's a created being. But iniquity was found in him because he seen his beauty. He thought too much of himself. And that's how a lot of people do. They get to smelling themselves, smelling their jewels. No, I'm just kidding.
So you said no one sits.
You're done. Sounds like I'm done. That's okay.
So you said no one sits in the
Quit it, Sam. Quit it, Sam. Sam said, I'm done.
You said that no one sits in the Most High seat.
No.
Well, then what's weird about Revelations 3:21, and it's in red, so that means it's Christ speaking, and it says, "To him that overcometh, I will grant him to sit with me in my throne, even as though I overcame and sat in the throne with my Father in his throne."
Mm-hmm. Because if we make it, we get to reign with him.
Reign, but not. So he's not saying he sat in the throne as in his seat, but he sat in the midst.
Yeah. Now when we finish all this up, hopefully I can show you that Yahuwah is Yahusha.
In flesh.
Yeah, that's where I'm trying to get. You know, yes.
So are you going to tell us who this is? Or are you expecting us to know?
What do you mean?
Well, you should know who this is.
Because some people, you tell me who you think it is.
No, it says here, the day star. Yeah, Hallel, Hashatan.
The reason why I was asking that, because I deducted that from the other scripture, but some people assume that it was the fall of the king of Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. So that's why I was asking to see where you were going with that. I saw Satan, but I just wanted to know.
Yeah. So now in his council, he's given power to his gods, his elves, and they were supposed to judge in the earth. Remember, we seen that in Psalms 82. You're supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be judging in the earth. Now he says, my people is Yaakov. I've chosen. My portion is Yaakov, is Yasharal. That's who I've chosen. But he's given that's why when you go to Daniel 4, and that chapter where you know what happens to Nebuchadnezzar? He goes off his throne. Because the watchers, the holy ones, now you got to deal with this man. This man he's getting too high. Look how puffed up he is. See, all the time, Yah does not come down. He does come down. We do see him coming down in Genesis chapter 11, when he heard about what was going on. What does it say? I'm going to go down to see what they're doing. I hear about all this. So we see that with Babylon. Then we see him coming down for Sodom and Gomorrah, because he meets Abraham. He says, the cry is going up. I got to go down. Let me come down here and see this. But the Most High does not always come down, because he has a council and he sends them. You guys get on your job. You're supposed to be doing this. You're supposed to be doing that. Even with, he sent Michael. And then when Michael went, and then Michael had to meet up with Hashatan, and there was a war. And then Michael said, Gabriel, come on. And so he got help from Gabriel, and it took 21 days. And he even tells him, Daniel, I heard you the first time I would have came. It was because Michael was an archangel that the Most High Yah used to do that, right? So sometimes he'll come down from heaven. Sometimes he sends messengers or angels or sons of God, because he has a council. He even said, like I gave you the example with the King Ahab, and there was a lying spirit says, hey, I'll go down. Did anybody find that? Because we can in Kings, is it 2 Kings, where he says, I'll be a lion spirit? Or is it 1 Kings? Or 2 Kings 13, somewhere around there. Somebody find that and we'll look at that.
So the angels were given dominion over the creation.
Yeah.
But he gave us dominion. Well, he gave Adam dominion, which is us, in the beginning, right?
Right. So Adam has dominion over his creation as far as the earth.
Okay. So
The birds of the air, the earth, the under the sea, and all of that. But there is a hierarchy with him. There is a hierarchy with him. And we have to see that hierarchy, or you're not going to understand what Jesus said. If we can't see hierarchy, you're not going to understand this Bible if you don't see hierarchy.
So they got dominion over spiritual matters. Is that it?
He's actually given them like dominion over nations of people. They're on a different level than us. And that's why King Daud said in the 8th chapter of Psalms, he says, what is man that thou art mindful of him, or the son of man that thou visitest him, because you made him a little lower than the angels, but you crowned him.
Doesn't he even say that the saints are going to judge?
In Corinthians, you're going to be able to judge angels, which is on a different level. We're not angels, but there is angelic beings. We don't know how many angelic beings they are. We have names of some of them that have fallen, but we don't know all of them. But an angelic being that he created is not made of the earth. They're not made of the earth, So he's taken what is made of the earth and actually given them more glory than the angels, even though they're lower than the angels. But why do you think he's given man more glory, who are earthlings, than the angels? Because he came, he wanted to commune with us, and he did it with his only begotten son, or we say begotten son, but with the only unique creature, not made like the angels and greater than us, because our Messiah doesn't have a biological father. We do. But he has an earthly mother. Out of all his created angels and beings, none of them could do what he did. None of them. Now, they've tried to do some things. And even his spirit, we see his spirit over Tyrus. We see his spirit over Babylon. We see his spirit over Nebuchadnezzar. There's even a man that's going to rise up who's going to be the son of perdition. But he's going to be a man like you and I, but he's going to be used by that spirit, by that angel. He's going to be able to use him. He'll be able to do great signs, and he's going to be able to do a lot of things. But he's going to die like a man. Huh?
I thought that was Judas, the son of perdition.
He is. Judas is the son of perdition, but there's going to be another one that rises up. That man of sin, that's what they call him. That man of sin that's going to rise up. Because the Hallel has always wanted to be like Yahuwah. But he cannot, out of the earth and human being, take a virgin and put his seed in her to conceive and to make a child. He can't do that. Now he's tried to do a lot of things. Huh? It's not really spirit. You're going to listen. For thou hast said in thine heart, I will ascend unto heaven. I will exalt my throne above the stars of Elohim. I will sit also upon the mount of the congregation in the sides of the north. I will ascend above the heights of the clouds. I will be what? Like the Most High. Like we've seen in Ezekiel 28, he wanted to sit in his seat. I'll be like the Most High. But listen to what he says here. Yet thou shalt be brought down to hell, to the sides of the pit. Now listen, they that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee, consider thee, saying, is this the man? Yeah, because notice now, what did he say in, let's go back to Psalms 82. Psalms 82, what did he say? He says, the whole world, the whole earth, the foundation of the earth are out of course. I have said, ye are gods, all of you the children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men. Whoa. Those in his counsel, they're going to be reduced and they're going to die like men? Well, isn't that what he did with Isaiah? Didn't we just read that? They that see thee shall narrowly look upon thee and consider thee. Is this the man?
So we're thinking of him more than what he actually is.
Well, he does have power. He does have power. Now remember when Most High Yah came down to see Abraham or Abram in the 18th chapter of Genesis, right? Now Abraham, he's sitting in the door of his tent. Now he sees three what? Three men. He's seen three men, but he knew this must be the counsel of Elohim. He found out that one of those men was Yah. And the other two men, because what was the first thing that he wanted to do when he seen him? The first thing he did, he says, will you stay? Stay here. Let me wash your feet. Let me go get some food. And let's feast together, and then you go on your journey. He was showing them hospitality because it should be in us to be very hospitable, especially when we might entertain an angel and we don't even know it. Because most of us are just evil today. You got a bunch of evil folks today.
You got a lot of evil folks that take advantage of people when you are nice like that. You have to just be cautious.
Yeah, you do. But,
Very cautious.
but when you know, because he said angels unaware. So I might know you. I know your mom and daddy. I know where you came from. I know you ain't no angel. I know everything about you. You ain't no angel. You know, but a lot of times, you know, we might deal with somebody, and we have to be careful. I don't want to even go down the road because we have to be careful because it's a very evil day today. We have to be very careful. But their hospitality, they were very hospitable people. They were very neighborly. And it was against his law to mistreat your neighbor. That was against, yeah, in Israel. That's why he said in Leviticus 19:18, love your neighbor as you do yourself. You can't, that's my law. You know, so when we go tabernacle, we're going to really be neighbor. We're going to know what it's like to be neighborly because we're going to all be right there in tents. And how you're supposed to love your neighbor. He said, is this the man that made the earth to tremble, that did shake kingdoms? And it goes on because when they do get to their final destination, the place that's prepared for them, oh, you're going to see them, the people who go there, and they're going to look at him and say, man, is this the man? I read about you in Scripture. Huh? No. It says they're going to narrowly look on thee, consider thee. Is this the man that made the earth to tremble? Yeah. They're going to see Hashatai, you know, Satan, Hallel. They're going to see him. They're going to say, is this you? You. Oh, yeah, he does. But what did Jesus tell him? What did he tell Satan? Get behind me. You're offense to me. Get behind me. And then in James, I think it's James, he says, resist the devil. What's he going to do? He's going to flee. The only time we give him power. We give him power. Because we entertain him, we allow him, we're fascinated. We're easily overcome. I said, give somebody a diamond, give somebody some gold, give somebody some precious jewels, and man, you thought you knew him, but they take on a whole different persona. You know, so that's why he says to some of y'all, it's probably good that you don't have nothing. For some folks, it's good to be poor, because if you had something, you wouldn't be, I mean, you'd be all up in yourself, just like Hillel was. He's seen his beauty. He says, I could be like the Most High. I'm going to sit in your seat. I'm going to be over the stars of Elohim. He said, no, you're going to die like a man. So there's some of those angels and stuff that were reduced. Some of those gods, they were reduced, and they will die like a man. Like he says here, we read it there in Psalms 82, okay? I have said, ye are gods, and all of you children of the Most High, but ye shall die like men and fall like one of the princes. Arise, O Elohim, judge the earth, for thou shalt inherit all nations. So this is when Elohim, Most High Yah, okay, I'm taking over. Okay, I'm going to judge all the earth. You guys failed. I'm going to do it all. I'm going to do it all now. I inherited. Who did he inherit first? Who was his portion? Yasharah. But at the end, what is he going to inherit?
The whole earth.
All nations, all of them. I'm taking all of them. At first, I took Yasharah. Jacob was my portion. I gave the oracles unto Jacob. But now, since y'all failed in your duties, I'm going to judge all the earth, and all nations going to be mine. All y'all my children anyway, all of you. So now let's look at John. Jesus knew this now. Jesus knew this. He knew who he was going to be tempted by. He knew all the devil. He knew all of them. He knew all of them. So let's go to John 10 and 34. Now, before this, they asked him the question, and they said, if you're the Mashiach, just tell us plainly. Come on, quit speaking in proverbs and parables. Just tell us plainly if you're the Mashiach. And he says, I've already told you, but you don't believe. You know, you don't believe. And he says, he goes on to say, I and my Abba are one. So they wanted to stone him. They began to take up stones to stone him, okay? And he says, well, which one do you show, which one of my works are you going to stone me for? And they said, no, not for a work, but you blaspheme. Notice now, you blaspheme, because that thou, being a man, makest thyself Elohim. They were addressing him on what? They were trying to get him on what? Blasphemy. That was a penalty. We want to stone you for blasphemy. You blaspheme, so we're going to stone you. So that's the argument now. So here we go. Yahusha, Jesus, answered them, is it not written in your law? Now, I just kind of gave you a backdrop, right? I gave you a backdrop of leading up to this. So kind of keep that in mind. What was the backdrop that I gave you? First, I said, they asked him plainly, right?
Yeah.
Then he said, I and my Abba are, right? And then they want to blaspheme him for that. Okay, that's the backdrop. Yahusha, Jesus answered them, is it not written in your law, I said, ye are gods?
What was the
So
last?
he's saying that he
So he wrote it. He wrote it.
How you going to accuse me of blasphemy? How you going to accuse me of blasphemy? I'm the one that said, ye are gods. I'm the one that created the council. I'm the one that created you. That's an illegal charge. You can't charge me against blasphemy. I can't blaspheme myself. Okay, y'all. All right, all right. Huh? Y'all don't see it?
He said he wrote it.
He said, I said.
I said.
So when you go to the 82nd chapter of Psalms, we read that, right? Okay, let's go back to, huh? But go back to the top of verse 1, 82:1. Huh? So who is that in verse 1? That's right. That's Yahuwah. Yahuwah. 82:1, that's Yahuwah. So again now, why did they want, he asked them for what work? Not for a work, but because you being a man maketh thyself what? So the charge, what were they charging him with? Blasphemy. He says, wait a minute. I said. How you gonna blaspheme? I can't. Yahuwah, I said. How could a man, how could you even charge me with blasphemy? You ought to be glad I don't just wipe all y'all out. I'll just take all y'all out. You gonna charge me with blasphemy against myself? That's, Yahuwah is Yahusha. And that's what this is what we're about to celebrate and step into. So you're trying to blast, you think, he even goes on other places, he says, all y'all liars, it's impossible for me to lie. He goes on here, let's see what he says. He says, if he called them gods, unto whom the word of God came. Again, in Psalms 82, verse 1, who's speaking in verse 1? Yahuwah. So he sends his word to who? Let's go back. Let's go back and look at 82 and verse number.
Oh, the angels.
Right. He's telling his counsel there. He's in the midst of the congregation in his divine counsel, and he even judges them. These earthlings are making an accusation and don't realize what they're saying. And that's why I'm surprised he didn't just wipe them all out. I mean, it's like, wait a minute. You gonna charge me against blasphemy against myself?
So if that's the case, then why didn't he just, when he came, I mean, it would be confusing in the sense to impregnate a woman with himself and then say that he is God. He would have to say the Son. But if he was himself all the while, why don't he just say, I am he, and I came, instead of saying, I sent my son?
He didn't give the son the time when he was coming. He didn't use the Father, didn't reveal that to the Son.
But if he didn't reveal it to the Son, and Yahusha is God, as the scripture says, then why would he know? If they are one. I'm just saying, but if he says that I and my Father are one, how does Yeshua not know when he's coming back?
Because maybe when he broke himself in flesh, he kept the fleshly part where the mind is finite, but all the while there were other attributes that stuff he would know about. So maybe he didn't have a will. He couldn't have broke himself in flesh because he wasn't born. No, but he removed his spirit from him.
Yeah, but there's no role himself in flesh. You can see that.
No, but what I'm saying is, I'm not saying he was born God. I'm not saying he died as a God. he removed his spirit, so God's spirit came into Yahusha. That's how I see it. Not so much he was born and he was automatically a God. His spirit came into Yahusha. Just like when Yahusha died, God's spirit got up out of there because God can't die. That's how I see it. I don't know. That's about the only way it can be. The way it'd be confusing.
Okay, so let's look at what in John 3:13 he says, "And no man hath ascended up to Shamaim, but he that came down from Shamaim, the Son of Man which is in the Shamaim." So how could he be in heaven and earth at the same time? Because he's speaking in present tense here. Okay. Then let's go to John 8 and 24. He says, or 23, and he said unto them, ye are from beneath, I am from above. Ye are of this world, I am not of this world. I said therefore unto you that ye shall die in your sins, for if ye believe not that I am, and this is what he says, I am. Of course, he didn't speak English, but what he said to Moses, ye shall die in your sins. So, and there's another, in John 3:13, there's another verse I was looking for, because he says, because of his nature of being, he took on human flesh. He was a man like us, so he can speak as a man, but the spirit in him could speak as well as the Most High Yah.
Okay, I can see that.
So if you look at his ministry and time through his ministry,
But it's still not the same.
he is the son of Elohim.
Messenger, so he was the angel or the Malachim that spoke the oracle straight from God. God gave him that to teach the people.
But those other messengers and angels were separate from Elohim.
And so was he.
But he was not separate from them.
He was separate in a sense that he wasn't God-man. He was his son.
Yeah, well, he was the son in the son nature, because actually Elohim or Yah dwells in a realm that nobody can get into, or light or eternal. Actually, if Elohim does not manifest himself, you will never see him. He has to manifest himself in order for us to see him. So what he did in his manifestation as his son is Yahusha or Jesus.
I just don't want no one to get it twisted and to give all esteem to Yeshua, because then you're basically going against the Ten Commandments, that there are no other gods before me.
No, and that's what they were trying to get him on.
Right.
They was trying to get. He said, "I can't."
It seems confusing if you say that Christ is God, and then people are giving all esteem to Christ, then they're taking away the first commandment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but
there's no one above Yahuwah.
Right. If that spirit in him was not Yahuwah, then yes, what you're saying is right.
Yeah, but I'm saying it
but,
sounds confusing. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Yeah.
Because if you say it in a way, even people on the web are going to be like, okay, if Christ is God, then all esteem to Christ, and then what do we need God for? So that's why I'm saying you have to be very careful, because there's a fine line that people are going to give all esteem to Christ or Yeshua when it's Yahuwah all the while.
Yeah. Okay. Right.
And I think that's why I'm now understanding, because of that, I'm understanding why
right
all the
there.
Hebrews are saying that that they don't believe in the New Testament, because the New Testament then takes Christ and replaces Yahuwah in which is against the first commandment.
Yeah. And that is true if the Mashiach was separate from Yahuwah, which he's not. He's not separate from his father.
He's not like another Elijah Muhammad who claims to be a prophet. He's more than. Someone
Well,
put him on the same plane to Elijah Muhammad. Elijah Muhammad was just a plain old man.
well, he had an earthly father, earthly mother. Now, with our Messiah, he did not have no earthly father. Huh? Yeah, when it says the Spirit overshadowed her,
But it would take a seed.
and what was conceived in her is of the Holy Ghost. Where's that? I should know that right off the top of my heart. Is it okay? That's Matthew. I was looking at Luke. Matthew.
The virgin shall be with child to bring forth a son. That's not it.
No.
1 and 20. 1 and 20. Mary thy wife, for that which is conceived in her is of the
Right.
Holy Ghost.
Right. And then there's another scripture where it says the Holy Ghost overshadowed her. Okay. But that which is conceived, so that conception, a woman cannot get pregnant if there's no seed or a conception.
Where the seed come from.
Right. Right. And the seed came from the Spirit. In this, you're right. You're right. And that's how it's always been since Adam. But there's one unique, never done before, and that's where we get the word begotten of Elohim, when it says this is my only begotten, because he's never begotten anyone like he did his son, because he did not leave it up to man's sperm to fertilize the egg. It was his Spirit that overshadowed her and conceived it in her.
The only question I have after that is that Christ came from the seed of the root of David.
Right.
So what does that take place?
That's because Mary,
Mary can get seed.
no, but the
But she has the roots through her father.
the genealogies that we have in Matthew and in Luke, in those genealogies, both of those genealogies follow the male seed.
They come through the male seed, not through the female.
So in Matthew, you have the male seed going back through Joseph, but Joseph said, man, she's already pregnant. I ain't even been with her, and she's pregnant. So that wasn't Joseph's seed.
You don't say that, but I understand where you're coming from.
So if Joseph didn't lay with her and he didn't impregnate her, then you're saying she played the harlot.
No, I'm not saying that.
Okay,
I never
okay.
But it takes
So-
a seed.
It takes a seed.
So who put the seed in there? Joseph didn't.
I don't know. I can't say that.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The Spirit had to. If Joseph,
Spirit
But
did it.
Spirit don't get seed. Spirit don't make seed.
The Spirit had to create a seed because
But-
the seed would have came from
So
a
he was
man.
just holding it in his hand. It's
no. Okay. So the Spirit can't create dirt. The Spirit can't create dirt because the Spirit is of a spirit form. How can a spirit create dirt? How can a spirit create a diamond? You can't. There's a spirit in this room now. How come I don't see diamonds coming out of the air? Diamonds come from the earth. Dirt comes from the earth. Well, who made the earth? Well, we know who made the earth. And so the Spirit can do anything. Just like he said in Genesis 18, when he says, at this time next year, Sarah is going to have a birth of a child. And she laughed and says, I'm past my flower, my age, and my man's old too. And he goes, why did you laugh, Sarah? Sarah says, no, I didn't laugh. Oh, yes, you did. It laughed. Yeah, and he says, is there anything impossible for Yah? So we can't look at Yah like we look at science or biology. We can't look at Yah like that. Biology and science comes from Yah. He don't need biology to produce man. He didn't use biology to produce Adam.
So we have to look at it as, so he said, let it be. Right?
Yeah, just like he spoke the word or the world into existence by his word, then he says, my word was made flesh.
Trying to say that earthly man, of a spiritual man, of two different men.
I'm saying his spirit that transcends everything. His spirit transcends biology. His spirit transcends science. Yeah, his spirit transcends everything. So if he says, we got some young girls around here that don't know, because Mary was a young girl. She was probably 16. And hopefully we have some 16-year-olds that are virgin. He can say, daughter, you're pregnant with a child. That girl ain't never known a man. What are you going to say? You can't do that. You can't do that, Yah. You need a man's seed to plant in that virgin so he can. You know what he would say? Wait a minute, who are you? Who are you? That you're going to tell me I can't create? Ooh. Yeah, I mean, notice now, that got some angels and some other people in trouble because they said, hey, I'm going to be like you. I'm going to ascend up to heaven. I'm going to be like the Most High. You got some of those in his council where he had to reprimand. He even told him, you're going to die like man. You're going to die like a man.
Okay, I'm still trying to, my brain is trying to understand this, right?
Yeah.
I mean, his whole ministry, he deflected all praise to Yahweh. I mean, like,
right.
Don't praise me. Why are you praising me? I mean, I don't understand. I mean, I'm not rejecting this new me. It just does not make sense.
Yeah. And he,
I'm just going to give all the steam to Yahuwah because I ain't going to take that chance or giving all the steam to Yeshua and then all of a sudden I get.
Well, in the word,
yeah.
tells us not to.
But when you see,
well, a lot of people say Jesus.
When you see his name, his Hebrew name is Yahusha, which means Yahuwah saves.
Giving us all esteem to Yahuwah.
Yeah, Yahuwah saves.
A lot of Christians who will give all esteem to Jesus.
Right.
We know that.
Yeah.
I mean,
Right. But his name means Yahuwah saves. So if he is the only one that I can go to, let me put it this way. Without him, you can't get to Yah. There's no access to Yah. We lost that. We lost that. We lost all access to Yah. So he sent his son to get us back into covenant.
But that son is what you're saying today, I mean, based on the scriptures that I don't understand yet, is that when he clothed himself in majesty, is that Yah is in Yahuwah. I mean,
right.
But then he had his own personality, because he was raised at 12, he was in the temple,
And where did he get that humanity? Where did he get that to where he can redeem us? Where did he get that humanity? From his mother. Okay. Thank you. Luke 1:35. I was in Luke at first. I'm sorry, y'all. Luke 1:35. Because I mean, I've heard teachers say that Yahusha, Jesus was just a man. Joseph was his father, Mary was his mother. So if if that is true, then the scripture that says she was a virgin and Joseph says, it's not by me. Joseph said, I've never known her. That's why he wanted to put her away. Because he could have killed her. I love you. I don't want you to be stoned to death. Because if they found out that she was pregnant and it wasn't by Joseph, they could stone her to death. Because that was law. So Joseph says, I'm going to put you away. I'm trying to protect you. I'm going to put you away, because I don't know you. I haven't been you haven't been into my chamber. So if somebody says Joseph's not the daddy, but another man is the daddy, then you're saying that Mary played the role of a whore, which means that seed that came from is not a righteous, pure seed. Because David says, behold, and this is universal, behold, we were shapen in iniquity, and in sin did my mother conceive me. That's universal for everybody. So he would be the product of sin if it's a man, because sin passed from Adam to everybody. Romans 5:14, it says sin or death reigned from Adam to Moses, even over them who had not committed the same transgression that Adam did. But yet, the law of sin is in that seed that goes from Adam. So every man and woman that's birthed of the seed of Adam has that sin in them. That's why he overshadowed. It was the Holy Ghost that overshadowed her, and that holy thing which shall be born of thee. So if it was a man and not the Spirit, then it couldn't be a holy thing, and it had to be of sin. It has to be of sin. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Right. Hebrews. It says. Right. Notice now in Hebrews 10:5, he says, wherefore, when he cometh into the world, he saith, sacrifice and offering thou wouldest not, but a body hast thou prepared for me. That body that was prepared for him is where you get his human flesh from Mary. Mary provided that human flesh, and that was the body. So then you have the body and that spirit, and that's why, are we supposed to worship flesh? We're not supposed to worship flesh, but that spirit that was in him was Yahuwah.
But I see what she's saying, because in the Catholic Church, people bow down to that image of their Jesus, and they're taking it out of context because it says you have to come through Jesus, Yahusha, to get to the Father, Yahuwah, but they take it out of context, and they just, instead of going to Yahuwah, they just stop at Yahusha, not realizing that he is the mediator to get you from point A to point B.
I mean, Mashiach says, no man cometh unto the Father, but by me. So even if I want to worship the Father, I have to do it in the Son. The Son is who's given me access into the holies of holies, because otherwise we have no access. Without the Son, we have no access. We lost that. He gave it to us because he chose Jacob, he chose Yasharal, these are my people. He even told Musha in the wilderness how to make that tabernacle where he was going to come and dwell, because he says, I want to dwell with my people. I want to dwell with my people. Yahuwah wants to dwell with his people. But it was the people that got cut off from him to where he divorced them. And he says, now the only way back to me, you got to come through my son. You have to come through this veil of flesh. You're worshiping me. I'm worshiping. I know who, and I'm learning more about him because I didn't know who he was, really. I might have said I knew. I really didn't know who he was. But I'm knowing more of my Abba because I call on him Abba.
You're
Father.
calling Abba.
Oh, yeah, I'm calling Abba.
You're not calling Jesus, you're calling Abba.
Right, but the only reason why I can do...
calling on Jesus.
But the only reason why I can do that is because of the Son.
Right, he's the way, but you give all esteem to Yahuwah. That's why I understand where a lot of these Torah-only people are using the Torah only because that confusion. Because people are taking Christ or Yeshua and praising, giving all esteem to him. And Yah says there's no other gods before me.
Right.
So therefore,
right.
Straight to Yah. I understand
right.
he sent his messenger. If you want to call him an angel or whatever you want to call Christ, but Christ is not Yahuwah. He's just a messenger. Just like you're a messenger. Technically, you're a messenger giving the word. But I'm not going to praise you because
right.
you're not the one who wrote the word. The word was Yah. So therefore, I'm giving all esteem to him. That's why I'm saying you have to make a clear distinction because people are going to get confused and then give all praise to Yeshua, who it is Yah from day one. Yeshua is the way. He is the messenger. He gives the message to the people to bring everybody back to Yah.
Right.
So no esteem to, I'm not saying, but there's no esteem to Yeshua.
But he's
It's
the one that
all
died and
esteem
shed
to,
his blood.
but that's because he had to follow what Yah told him to do. He could have got off that cross.
He never will.
He could have got off that cross.
Okay.
He had his will. But he said,
okay.
it's not my will.
He's doing his father.
He said, you can't even go
okay.
to the Father unless you go to the Son.
Yeah.
He said, you can't go to the Son unless the
I
Father
mean,
calls you.
I think, but see, notice now, listen,
people are putting more
listen.
on Christ than on Yah.
He said,
That's all I'm saying.
She's not saying you can't say his name.
But I'm saying, if you were never calling to Abba Yah, if you never called to him and only called to Yeshua every single time, something's wrong.
Where's my, it's in Corinthians, it says he is not the, here it is.
But there's no confusion. People gotta know the truth. They gotta know.
There is a lot of confusion. And the confusion that came in because the kingdom was taken by force. And so you can't even research scripture without going to Rome. Every time I go into a deep study and I want to find more about the Hebrew scriptures and all of this, the journey takes you to Rome. And so there was a lot of confusion that has stemmed from that. But our Father is not the author of confusion. So he's the, now if I'm in him, I'm not confused. I don't care what any man says. I'm not confused. Because so if there's some confusion, then it comes from the adversary, because that is his purpose and his goal is to confuse people. It should be very plain in our mind, and it is plain in our mind when you study Torah. It should be very plain in your mind when you study Torah that who Torah had chosen, who the Most High Yah chose for his heritage, for his portion. He's saying Yasharal is mine. This is mine. This is who I'm dealing with. And he gave a covenant to Yasharal and commandments to Yasharal. But then Yasharal, he divorced because of idolatry. So he's saying now the only way you can get back to me is through the redemption process. And that's why he says a body was prepared for him. He gave a son who was made of a woman, made under the law. Why? To redeem us and give us the adoption of sons, to get us back. So the only way I can call on Abba, Yah, and get through to him is through the flesh of the Son and the sacrifice that was given me. If he didn't give me that sacrifice, I couldn't get back to him.
You can't praise Yeshua for what he did because the Most High, that was the Most High's instruction. You got to praise Yah for doing that. Yah. I understand that Yeshua was the way. He was one that came down to bring the people back to Yah. But you don't give esteem to Yeshua. He's the way. Yes, he's the way. He lived as an example that we should mimic, basically. But we give all esteem to Yah. Yah is the one. He is the all in all. He's the mighty God. He's everything. But you got people who are not even considering Yah, and just all of it is Yeshua.
Yeah,
Let me
yeah.
just say
And I can't speak for everybody, and I'm, what he gives me, that's what I'm trying to teach. And I go to my Father every day. Every day I go to my Father. Every day. Right. Now, I can't see him unless he manifests himself. And so on the throne now, when we see him, we're going to see the one that he gave to us. Because the Messiah, Yahusha, is going to return here. And he's going to sit on the throne of Daud for 1,000 years here on this earth.
But we're still not going to worship him.
We're going to worship Yahuwah because that's what we're going to see. But that's who we're going to see.
What the problem is because the devil has done such a masterful job. The easiest people who are going to be the ones, who he awakens and reveals, and they change their lives to follow him, are going to be people who are not religious. The problem is because with religious people come into all of the truth, which is what he's doing for us now, it's a work in progress where we're deprogramming different things that we've been taught. Because sometimes even when I get on my knees, I get the image of the cross. Because that's just what was put before me these 40 plus years. Now, when I get on my knees, I'm trying to pray. And sometimes if I say his Christianized name, then I go back and I say Elohim. So the effort is there. It's just that we're trying to grasp it because some of this is new to all of us. Like nobody was born knowing everything. And then some people can easier understand it easier, than others. Because again, as a kid, when they used to say that Jesus was God, and I would sit there thinking like, no, he looks like a man, but I was in a Christian church, and I was trying to understand like these people are saying things, and there's stuff that I knew, but I didn't know that I knew. So that's all it is that we're not praising Jesus. We're thanking God for sending Jesus, so we can be reconnected. So
you're praising,
I give Jesus
we thank God for Jesus.
Look, I'm not gonna argue with it. I know what the scripture's saying.
Okay.
Right, we're not praising
Okay.
Yahusha. We're thanking God that he sent Yahusha.
Even if they didn't send Jesus, we would still praise him.
Yeah. And the only one, you can't see Elohim, but you will see Yahusha. You're going to see. That's who we're going to see because we can't see Elohim. What did King Shaluma say? The heavens of heaven can't contain you. The only way we see him is if he manifests himself to us. And so even Musha said, I want to see you. He says, you can't see me. So he hit him in the cleft of the rock, and his hinder parts just passed by. Not Elohim, just his hinder part. And it lit him up. Not his full glory, because he couldn't stand it. He would have killed him. It would have killed him. So what we're going to see, when we see somebody sitting on that throne, we're going to see Yahusha. That's who we're going to see. And even in Revelations, he says he's going to call us, this is my son, this is my daughter.
Because even when he was resurrected, he said all power in heaven and earth.
It's that's why I say that's why you have to understand his name is Yahuwah saves. Yahuwah salvation. So when we say Yahusha, we're saying Yahuwah saves. That's what we're saying when we say Yahusha. Huh? Yeah, Yahusha. His son's name comes out of his name. He said, you're saying Yah. Yahuwah saves. So when you say Yahusha, you're saying Yahuwah saves. That's what Yahusha means. That's why he says, I'm going to name this child because the name means Yahuwah saves. So that's what he named him, Yahusha. Yahusha is Yahuwah saves. So when I say Yahusha, what I'm saying is Yahuwah save, Yahuwah saves, Yahuwah saves, Yahuwah saves. That's what I'm saying. Yahuwah saves.
Hopefully your mind is there too.
Well, that's what we're trying to get to because we've been indoctrinated.
Yeah.
But hopefully your mind is just like you said. You used to pray and you used to see your portrait.
Well, that's what I was taught. That's what I was taught. But it's been a number of years now. I've been teaching for a number of years now. I've been teaching for a number of years. So.
Finite, and we look to stuff that's tangible, stuff that we can connect. And it's not always like something. Like if I think of Christmas, the Christmas tree is on top of my head automatically. A fir tree is on top of my head automatically. I don't celebrate Christmas. I think of Christmas, it's just we make connections as humans because we're so finite. We don't understand what we can't see. And
see, the whole world has, remember it says in Revelations 12 and 9, it says when he fell, his mission, everybody know what his mission was when he fell? The whole world. When he was cast out, that old serpent called the devil, Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him. His goal is to deceive the whole world. It goes on to say he knows that he has a short time. So he's very busy. He is very busy because his time is short. He even knows where his destination is. There's a lake of fire because Yahusha, Jesus said in Matthew 25, when he judges the nation, he said these nations are going to go to the lake of fire, which was prepared for the devil and his angels. So when he made the lake of fire, he prepared it for the devil and his angels. That's why it says in Isaiah 5, hell hath enlarged itself, or the lake of fire has enlarged itself because of the heart of man. So he has to put more people. He designed it, custom made for Satan, Hallel, Hashatan, and all those who fell with him. Custom made. But then he says, I better make it bigger now. I got to make it bigger because of the heart of man and those who wanted to go with him. But his purpose was to deceive the whole world. And, I mean, when you have somebody who's on drugs and they've been so conducive and been hooked on drugs and they lived all their life on drugs, you have to take them through a detox and try to get them off of that before you can get them on what is true. As he was opening up my eyes, I had to drop a lot of stuff. I just had to drop it. I've been doing, but you guys, this ain't the first time you've heard me teach this, is it? Going through withdrawals. Yeah. Going through with.
Yeah, it's just the conversion from Yeshua to Jesus, or vice versa.
Yeah, because see, his name was very plain, and he gave it, and his people knew. John, Peter, all of them, even Paul, they knew his name. They knew what it meant. They knew what it meant. It wasn't until some of the Greeks and the Romans and what they had did with his name, because when you look up in the Greek, when you look up Jesus, that has no meaning. It's a transliteration. It has absolutely no meaning. The Greek name has no, yes.
Why would he ask that question about his son's name if the son's name wasn't even
Yahusha.
wasn't even
on the earth today. So why is he asking questions if you can tell who my son's name is? We don't even know his son's name because he wasn't revealed until back in the 30.
Yeah, I mean,
So how do we look at that?
because he can,
Know his name, the father's name, but he said, well, can you tell who my son's name is?
because he can give out riddles and things like that, because he declares the end from the beginning, so he can speak on things in the future as though it's the past, because he said that. He said, hey, I can tell you about the future as if it's the past, and that's one of the sacred things about his word. So even though that probably confounded a lot of people, what is his son's name? Some of them might have thought his son's name was Daoud, because they considered King Daoud the son. You know, so some of them might have thought that was Daoud, because
Like in this generation, we now know. But
yeah,
in David's generation, they didn't know.
yeah, because Solomon wrote this, King Shalom wrote this. So who are you talking about? Your son, or are you talking about the Most High Yah's son? Who's that? Daoud? Because a lot of people thought King David was the one. A lot of people still think King David's going to come back and sit on the throne as a son of Elohim. A lot of people do. Yeah, yeah, yeah. His name was Yahusha. His birth name was Husha, but yeah, yeah. So in Numbers 13:16, these are the names of the men which Musha sent to spy out the land, and Musha called, now it says here, I mean, this is King James again, Osea. That's not his name, Osea. In fact, we can, one thing that the ancient Hebrew lexicon, it doesn't give you proper names, definitions of proper names. But it says Hosea, but actually they give you Hosea out of the Masoretic text, which gives you the vowel points. But if you look at the Hebrew lettering here, it's Husha. It's Husha. You got to take the vowel points off. Well, here, let's go up to Brown. This even has a vowel point. But it's Husha. Husha. So Husha was the son of Nun. He named his son Husha. But in Numbers 13:16, Musha changed Husha's name to, and he put a Yah. The only thing he did different is he put a Yod character in front of it. Remember, it was 4 letters. Husha's name was 4 letters. He put a Yod in front of it. And so you have Yahusha. Yahusha. And then he told Joseph and Mary, I'm going to name your son, and his name's going to be Yahusha. Because it means salvation. Yahuwah saves. Now, you see another rendering here. You see Yahushua, you see Yahusha, and then Yahushua. Yahusha is mentioned about 200 sometimes in Scripture. Yahushua is mentioned about 16 times. So that's why some people interchange it. Some say Yahusha, some say Yahushua. But the difference now between that, when you speak it in Hebrew, Yahusha is Yahuwah saves. Yahushua is Yahusha cries out. So I don't think he's crying out. It's almost like sending up a SOS. He ain't sending up no SOS. You know, when you put the Shua on it, Shua, when you go from Husha to Yahushua, then you're putting a cry out on there. Yeah, he's crying out. Right. The 5-lettered one is Yahusha, which means Yahuwah saves. Yahushua is Yahuwah crying out. That's why you have to be careful, because Yahuwah ain't going to cry out to nobody. He's not going to cry out to nobody.
It's funny because I just did a search to find out how many times Yah's name appears in the Bible. Well, Google tells you 50. No, they don't put his name in there 50. You only see it one time because all the other translations, they purposely took it out and replaced it with other things. So, I mean, that's why you have to really do your
Well,
and investigate.
uppercase L-O-R-D, all uppercase L-O-R-D is the tetragrammaton or 4 vowels, which is the name that he said he gave to his people.
Yeah, well, they purposely did that so we wouldn't know his name.
Yeah. Now, in the burning bush, he says Ahaya, in the burning bush. But you've got that one in burning bush, but then you've got multiple places where he says his name was Yod-Heh-Ude or Yahuwah. Yod-Heh-Ude, Yahuwah. Now, in the Hebrew text, it's plain. It's right there. Because the Hebrew text is a concrete language. I mean, it's just a concrete language. The Greek and the Roman and the English is more abstract, but not the Hebrew. So the Hebrew is just written out there. It's just very concrete. You know, he tells you plainly what my name is. It ain't hidden. It was the reason why they wanted to hide it is because when the nation of Israel called, how many times have y'all read Judges? Has anybody read Judges? Every time they got in trouble, what did the nation do? And then what did he do? He'd answer. He delivered. I'm going to deliver them. I'm going to send them. So they want to scatter them, and they don't want his people to call them, because if his people calls on them all at once, he's coming.
And that's why he's awakening people, so we learn his name and we can call on him all at once.
But if we're just calling on Yeshua, how are we going to call on his name?
Because this is what he says. Now this is Yahusha. He says, "For I say unto you, ye shall not see me henceforth till ye shall say, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah." Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. So when all of Yasharal get together, when they finally get together, everybody wakes up, they get together, and they say, and they cry out, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah, who are we going to see? You're going to see Yahusha. He says, you ain't going to see me till you say, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah. So when we all get together and say, Baruch haba Hashem Yahuwah, Yahusha shows up. Blessed is he that cometh in the name. Right there. It says it right there. We read it in English, but he didn't speak English. We have to remember he did not speak English.
We don't know Hebrew.
No, I'm trying to learn it.
The whole world that speaks English don't know.
Not the whole world. There's, yeah. Yeah, but that's why he's doing a thing now this day. Because blessed is Baruch. I Baruch you. Blessed. You know. He that cometh, or he cometh, Baruch haba. Baruch haba. It's Baruch, B-A-R-U-K, haba, A-B, or no, H, yeah, H-A-B-A. H-A-B-A, then Hashem, H-A-S-H-E-M. Then Hashem. Well, it's okay. I mean, you could say, some people say Ba, a lot of people say, just like when you say Hamashiach. When you say Hamashiach, you're saying the Christ. Yeah, yeah. Yahusha Hamashiach is Yahusha the Christ. Or if you say Yahusha Mashiach. If you put ha in front of it, it's the. Yahusha HaMashiach or Yahusha Mashiach. Yeah, now we can go John 19 and verse. So what they wanted to do, the chief priests, and I'm not convinced all of them were of the bloodline of Jacob. Even as I read through the Besorah, I'm not convinced all those Pharisees and chief priests were of the bloodline of Jacob. Because even in the time of 2 Kings chapter 17, he put Sepharim inside of Samaria, because they told all of the Israelites had to leave. And so they started to place people in there. So you had Sephardic Jews in the land at that time. They were not the descendants of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Anybody who says I'm a Sephardic Jew, Sepharim and stuff, you're not the descendant. You just squealed on yourself. You just told on yourself. You're not the descendant, because 2 Kings 17:24 is when he placed the Sepharim inside of Samaria. And so they were not of the bloodline. So there was people in his day, even when he said, you had some people said, we are of the seed of Abraham. We've never been in bondage. Well, I know who you're talking about now, because Jacob knows bondage, because Jeremiah even says, are we homeborn slaves? I mean, we know bondage. We know slavery. So those people that told the Mashiach, we ain't never been in bondage to any man. They were not descendants of Jacob. They told on themselves. They're not the descendants of Jacob, because Jacob's seed had been in bondage after bondage. Babylon, Assyria, the Greeks, Medes, Persia, Roman, they've been in all these bondages. In fact, they was in captivity in the time of Mashiach was on the earth to Rome. So how could you say you've never been in bondage? Well, they weren't the descendants of Jacob. So anyway, I'm not convinced all these chief priests were Jacob's seed. Then said the chief priests of the Yahudim to Pilate, write not the king of Yahudim, but that he said, I am the king of the Yahudim. Don't give, don't say we're not going to admit that he's the king. He ain't our king. That's why I said some of them probably weren't the descendants of Jacob. They weren't the descendants of Jacob. Uh-huh.
Okay, let's go back to
Yeah.
Now, I tried to pull that up in the blue letter, and it's giving me a Greek rendition.
Yeah, because you do the interlineary, you should be able to find the Hebrew. Yeah. Is it Psalms 118:39? Let's look that up. Thank you. Thank you. Psalms 118, and what did you say? Or 29 maybe? Oh, here it is. 26. So if you go to and look that up in the Hebrew, because that's what the Mashiach is quoting. Yeah. Blessed is he that cometh in the name of Yahuwah. And that's when the Mashiach says, you ain't gonna see me until all y'all gotta say, blessed is he that cometh in the name of Yahuwah. And then I'm gonna show up. Because every time Yasharal cried out, he sent somebody to show up, to draw him out. But it's going to be different. You're not going to get all of the seed of Jacob, because you got some that just not going to. I don't believe. You know what people are going to say? I don't believe that. They're going to say that. I don't believe that. So you're going to have a lot of Yasharal that. That's why he says he's going to gather them all. Then he's going to weed them out. I'm going to get rid of all the transgressors. And he said, I'm getting rid of all the rebels. All y'all rebels got to go. All y'all rebels. I didn't believe it. I was looking for Cesare Borgia. Yeah, I get rid of you. get rid of you. You know, anybody that has Caesarea Borgia as a god, that's idolatry. That's idolatry. You know, and even when you put that image of the cross and you bow down to that, that's idolatry. That's idolatry. And when they get that cross and they put it on their neck and then they put it in a pocket by their heart, that's idolatry. All that's idolatry. And you see it, the Roman Catholic Church started that. Now you see it so prominent in the Apostolic Pentecostal assemblies. They got a cross and then they put it in their heart, by their heart, just like the Roman Catholic Church. Oh, we see it all the time. I see it now, PCAF. I see it. PAW, PCAF, all of them are doing it. Yeah, they put it in their heart. It's idolatry. All of it's idolatry.
But you brought that scripture out several months ago when you said that they were going to worship gods of stone, wood and stone, or something like that, which would be Christianity and Islam, which are the two major dominant religions of the world.
Yeah, he says that in a number of places. He says that.
This church, I'm just thinking of our church, how if the world is wearing green shoe and a blue shoe, where we come in with a green shoe and a blue shoe. So we have to be careful of not following after the European designers and the world, because it is in here. It still is in here. Whatever they're doing, we're doing.
Everything that everybody has on comes from Europe. European design. That's where we get all of our clothes. Our fashion comes from Europe. We don't get our fashions from China. If we did, we'd be robed differently. It's European fashion made in China. You know, so because if we got our fashions from Japan, our women, we would all look different. We would look different. If we got our fashions from Africa, we would look different. It's just that we get our fashions from Europe.
Whenever you go to the magazine rack, oh, look what Vogue is wearing, look what Oprah is wearing. Oh, I'm going to go out there and buy that. We really are following that style.
Yeah, and you know, even when they talked about adorning yourself, now we have to adorn ourselves with clothes. We have to. Modesty, but mainly what he was dealing with, he was saying, now don't put so much emphasis or stock on your clothes. It's got to be that meek and quiet spirit. That's what he's looking for. What is your character? What is your values, your morals? What's on the inside? You know, that's what he, because we have to put clothes on. You better not come out of the house naked. You know, so.
Whatever the men is wearing, the women are wearing.
Yeah, and
it's hard to tell anymore.
You know, it's getting really bad. They're emasculating. It's terrible. It's terrible. Yes.
On that same note, today I was coming across the Centennial Bridge, and all these people wearing rainbow colors. I was like, oh no.
Oh, it's pride.
The gay pride, and I looked at my dress and
She's gonna go home and change.
I was about ready to go home and change.
Right.
What am I seeing in this dress?
Right. I don't blame you. I don't blame you. They perverted the rainbow. The rainbow is not supposed to be used like that. They've perverted it. That's terrible what they did with our Father's covenant. You know. But I'm gonna stay around here because one thing that we need to learn is that whenever they had their Shabbat and their service, they would always end up breaking bread and feasting. Feasting was a part of his people. He wanted his people to come together and feast together and break bread together. And so that's just a part of the Shabbat service when we come together. We're supposed to come together on the Shabbat, and we're supposed to come together and feast and sit down and have something to eat. So we're just going to sit around here. But as far as those who are out there on the platforms, we're just going to finish this up. Thank you for having patience and staying with us for so long. And I know sometimes people come back. That service is that long? I can't watch it. It's just too long. 3 hours long, 3.5 hours. It's too long. So, but those who watch it live, because it's been 4 hours.
Yeah, it's after 3.
But it was good today. It was good.
Oh my goodness, 4 hours. Man, I thought it was about 2 o'clock. I started thinking, well, it's going on 3 hours, 2:30. That's 3. Wow. Wow. Yeah. Wow. So it did. That's a lot of time, and but we're supposed to come together and feast on the Shabbat and on the feast days, and we do have feast day coming up. But I wanted to this tabernacle that we have to prepare for the tabernacle. We have to prepare for him to dwell with us, and that's why the atonement preceded the tabernacle, because the atonement is supposed to be there where you cleanse. You have to afflict your souls. You have to, all of the sins was confessed on Azazel. And those confessions, where did they go? Outside of the camp in an uninhabitable place, not to return. The sad thing is, it came back into camp. But we're not supposed to let it back in the camp. It's supposed to go out. Because after the atonement, once we free ourselves of all that sin, after the atonement, then we have the tabernacles, which means, Emmanuel. He came to tabernacle with us. That's what he wanted to do, even when he created man. That's why he made the garden. And the Garden of Eden was in the mountain of Elohim. It was a high, elevated place. And that's why the New Jerusalem has certain aspects and resembles part of the garden, because he's going to come and tabernacle with us. And that's what it says in Revelations. The tabernacle of Elohim is with who? With men. Tabernacle of Elohim is with men. And that we read that in Revelations.
The tabernacle of Elohim is with men?
Is with men. That's what he said in Revelation. So that's what we're getting ready to celebrate. And notice how the devil wants everything to be so quiet. This is a jubilant time. This is when Yahshua is supposed to get together and have a good time of feast and welcome him, because he always wanted to come and tabernacle with us. And so that's what we're celebrating. We're celebrating. Now if you have his spirit, it was his intent to put his spirit in us so that so our tabernacle, our temple can house the spirit of Yah. And we get that spirit of the Ruach. The Ruach is in us. So with that, thank you for joining us. Sorry it was so long, but we're going to get something to eat here. So I'll say Shabbat Shalom. Salute all the kings and the queens, all of the Hebrews, Shebrews. Salute all the beloved, all the lions with their lioness. We say Shabbat Shalom.